Everyone, happy Thursday. I'm going to call this council meeting to order at 9:07 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Happily. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The pledge will be led by the City Manager, Georgianne White. But first, we have our invocation, and there are three people delivering the invocation. We have Shanti Path, Priya Parikh, and Shuti Jani from BAPS. Please come on up. I'm glad to have you here.
Good morning, honorable council members and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share a brief prayer for peace and unity. We'll begin with the Sanskrit Santi part, followed by its English translation. Harihi Om Dyauh Santirantarikshagu Santihi Prithvi Santirapah Santirokhdayah Santihi Vanaspataya Santirvisve Devah Santirbrahma Santihi Sarvagu Santihi Santireva Santihi Sama Santiredi Jato yatah samihase tato no abhyang kuru sannah kuru prajabhyo bhayannah pasubhyah vishwani deva savitar duritani parasuva yadbhatrantanna asuva Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi.
Now I'm going to translate what my friend Priya just recited in Sanskrit. May the heavens be peaceful. May the sky and the surrounding space be peaceful. May the earth and the water be peaceful. May the herbs, plants, and trees be peaceful. May the forces of nature be peaceful. May we realize that peace protects us from fear. May peace remove all forms of vice and sorrow. May God bring us peace. May everyone be at peace and happy. Om, may peace prevail everywhere. We are very grateful for the city of Fresno and its devoted public servants. May you be blessed with good health, shared vision, and unity as we embody the spirit of Fresno One. In the words of Pramukh Swami Maharaj, in the joys of others lies our own. May this spirit guide us in fostering harmony, peace, and prosperity for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have this box of prasad, sweet, for all of you.
As Council President, I'll take it. Well, thank you very much. Okay. City Manager? Okay, next we move on to approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
There are a few changes to report. First, I'd like to note that the 10 a.m. item, ID 25-456, regarding the appearance of Therese Gulserian, has been removed from the agenda by the Speaker. Consent calendar item 2U, that is file ID 25-505, the resolution urging denial of parole for Rudolph Martin Acosta, has been moved from consent to 4B under City Council by request of Councilmember Perea. Items removed from the agenda today. First, we have consent calendar item 2J, that is file ID 25-469, Approval of the award of a citywide requirements contract to Universal Protection Services for 1 year with 4 optional 1-year extensions for security services. That was moved to the April 24th meeting by staff. Then we have consent calendar item 2S. That is file ID 25-438. The actions pertaining to the summary vacation of a portion of a public street easement on North Fresno, south of East Mackenzie Street. That was tabled to May 1st, 2025 by Vice President Arias. And then we have several items moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussions. Those are consent calendar item 2E, file ID 25-432, actions pertaining to the South Cedar Avenue Complete Streets project. That was moved to the contested consent by Vice President Arias and Councilmember-elect Vang. We have consent calendar item 2H, that is ID 25-431, actions pertaining to the new 911 emergency call center project. That was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. 2O, that is file ID 25-349, approval of the renewal of the Fresno Police Department Annual Military Equipment Use Report. That has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And finally, we have consent calendar item 2W. That is file ID 25-517. The bill amending section 7-1101 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to business licenses. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Richardson. I have no further changes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from the consent for discussion? Let's start with District 1.
None, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Perea. District 4?
No changes, President.
Thank you, sir. District 6?
None.
None. Great. District 7?
None.
Great. Council Vice President?
No changes, Council President.
Okay, and I have none, so we're going to move on. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
So moved by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? Motion passes 6-0. Great. So the fun part of the meeting, we're going to finally have a full council. Welcome to the Vang family, and thank you for being here today. So we do have, the way this is going to work is there will be a resolution to declare the results of the special election held within the city of Fresno on March 18th, 2025. And that will also allow for public comment. And then we will have the installation and administration of the oath of office to our newly elected colleague, and then a statement by our incoming Councilmember Brandon Vang. So first, I'm going to ask council members if there's any points of discussion in the council. Council Vice President's punched up.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Perea. Any discussion among the council? Okay. We're going to now allow for public comment. If anyone from the public wishes to comment on this item, please do come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. No pressure. Okay. Well, on behalf of the council, welcome. So now we're going to move on to a vote. Is there any opposition to this item? I didn't think so. The motion passes 6-0. So now for the fun part.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, G. Brandon Vang,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend
to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United
and to
States
the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been a while since I have a mic like this. I'm very emotional. Council President Carbasi, Vice President Arias, Council Members Esparza, Maxwell Perea and Richardson, Mayor Dyer, and distinguished guests. Welcome to City Hall, the People's House, and thank you for attending this very special Fresno City Council swearing ceremony. My name is G. Brandon Vane, and I'm the proud new Fresno City Council member representing District 5. Before I continue, I'd like to make my remarks in my mother tongue. Nhớ rằng thanh thọ tàu nê cho nên chất sĩ một đôi cho cái tích vị tích sĩ thia cho nó cho chữ tụ lọ tụ hòa từ mùa đầu lúc xong là giờ mỗi hai chỉ tích của lúc xong bên mà mới thầm mong là rồi lúc trong nó trong trường đó. The last council member of Hmong descent to sit on the dais is Council Member Blanc Chong, and I believe he is in attendance here tonight. Thank you very much for being a trailblazer, Council Member Blanc Chong. Nú nọ chỉ inú đã đi tập bé, tí chỉ tại bé trên mong sự tân thọ, để biết rằng nhớ hồ lũ giò Fresno hồ nọ. Nè chân cú nè mua nè lũ đào lũ giò, trâu cú, chỉ nú nọ chỉ cú sang go lũ đàn tên nè là, thế ta chỉ lũ đàn là những nhà tập bé sẽ là nó chỉ cú lên tỷ sư, ở tận đây nọ qua hồ nè cho nên chất sĩ, nhà mua đã chỉ là tông khang cú lũ khát trong, nhà cú mua đã chỉ là cú hồ nè tí sĩ thia. And so this is going to be a long road for all of us ahead. I am here today because of the baby steps that I took a long, long time ago. I was born in Laos during the height of the American Secret War. I came to the United States as a refugee boy at the age of 6, not understanding, knowing, or learning one word of English. I landed at LAX on January 29th, 1979, along with my father, my mother, and my 8 other siblings. We lived in Orange County, we lived in Long Beach, and we lived in Sacramento, and we also lived in the city of Fresno. I remember living in these cities nearing the downtown areas and taking advantage of the resources in the downtown area and the libraries, etc. That's how I got started with my American dream, is at the libraries. My parents instilled in me the value of perseverance, hard work, and that America is the greatest country in the world, and if you apply yourself, you will achieve your dream. And today, I'm living my American dream. Thank you to my parents who are no longer with us. As you know, my mom passed away about a month ago, but I know that she's here at this moment, witnessing her son sitting along with distinguished colleagues at City Hall as a Fresno City Council member. I am here today because of my mother and my father. My father fought in the war, and so I was raised by a single mother most of my life during the war, but I was fortunate to have my grandmother live with us. And so I had my mother and my grandmother who raised 9 kids at that time, actually 8, while my father and my oldest brother, who at that time was about 18, fought against communism in northern Laos. Many of you did not know that the Hmong people were hired, trained, paid, and recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency to fight for democracy and freedom. And that's what my father and my brother did. I lost my oldest brother He was killed. We were crossing Laos under Thailand, across the river of death, the Mekong River. He sacrificed his life so his younger siblings could have a better chance in America. He is my greatest hero. And there were many, many other heroes who died in the war defending democracy and freedom in Laos. There's numbers floating out there. There are about 35,000 people who fought on behalf of the American during the secret war in Laos from 1961 to 1975 who died. And my brother was one of those. I have cousins, uncles who also fought and who also died. And I have cousins who are living today who fought, and they are here in America. And so to my father and other veterans who fought in the secret war in Laos, I thank you for your courage and your sacrifice. So a Hmong refugee boy born in Laos can be sitting here on the dais at Fresno City Hall. Thank you very much for that. Amongst the baby steps that got me to where I am today, I want to thank the voters in District 5 who put their trust and the faith in me and asked me to come to City Hall to serve them. And to that, I am thank you for your support. to the people who helped me along the way to get to today. The volunteers, the donors, thank you very much for having your faith in me. And, of course, there are those who are very near and dear to me. The Hmong culture, and in fact, the Hmong family is an extension of my nuclear family. My father and my mother raised 11 kids. There are 9 of us. And if you multiply that by what I have, 5, and my brother, 6, 7, 8, 4, 3, and if you multiply that by 300,000, that is my network of support. And so to my extended relatives, to my brothers, my sister-in-law, my sisters, my brother-in-laws, to my nieces and nephews who are in the audience tonight, thank you very much for having faith in me as your brother, as your brother-in-law, as your uncle. They dedicated their time, the energy, and the effort, regardless of the time of the day, and that defines family. Thank you very much. And of course, my nuclear family, I have 5 children. I have 1 daughter and 4 boys, and we put them to work. They have work, they have school, but as my parents instill in me the value of hard work, and they worked very hard. And so to the 5 of you, Daddy, thank you very much. I've said this in the past, but I truly, truly thank you for your hard work. And finally, the one person who from this journey started decades ago, who believed in my dream, who believed in my vision, who put me first before herself. It's my wife, May. I love you. Thank you for standing next to me. 2025, and even before that. It is true that wherever I go, my wife is not behind me. My wife has always been with me and sometimes ahead of me. She would correct me on multiple occasions, not just from the way I dress, but the way I talk, the way I look, and even the way I eat. Because she is the mirror. She sees me that I don't see myself. She's my confidant. She's the one person in this world that I trust the most. And we are here. I am here because of my wife's support. Love you, honey. Thank you very much. And I'm going to be gone, away from home, more than the past, just to let you know. So if you knew what this was going to happen, perhaps, no, you would still be with me all the time. And my family, we faced adversity. We overcame challenges. We are stronger today because of you. This is vindication. This is the result of truth and hard work. And so my family, from my nieces and nephews, aunts and uncles, cousins, there are so many of you that even my nieces and nephews, from my brothers to my sisters, I don't even know all of your names. And this is true, and I do apologize for that. And so I think during my mom's funeral this past weekend, I think the number floating out there, and it's still floating out there, is around 67. She has 67 children and grandchildren total. So imagine if you have to remember 67 names, and my memory's not that good. I'm getting old. So thank you to my family, my extended family, members of the community. Thank you for your support. Now the real work begins. District 5 has many needs. There is geographic and demographic challenges that faces District 5. I live in District 5 for 16 years. I grew up in Fresno. Actually, our first apartment is near the corner of Blackstone and Belmont Avenue, walking distance from City Hall. And when I graduated in 1990 from McLean High School, I would not have imagined that I would be sitting here, half a mile from the very first house that my parents moved up to Fresno. But here I am. The restoration of trust in believing in their local elected officials starts with one step, one conversation, one door, and one stop sign, one street being paved, one opening of a new business, one park, one new home, and one new family into District 5 and into the city of Fresno. This is the challenge that is facing this city. This city and this country has not faced the economic challenge in the last 18 years. Imagine, my youngest is 13. 18 years ago was the last time this country and this city faced this magnitude. So if a child was born 18 years ago, he would be graduating today. But I have faith and I have trust in my colleagues on the dais and the people at City Hall who would take us out of this economic challenge. I truly believe that. America has faced greater challenges than this, and America has come out better and stronger. And I'm looking forward to that challenge. I'm looking forward to working with the mayor, the council members on the dais. I'm looking forward to working with the residents in the city of Fresno, and I'm looking forward to working with the residents in District 5. I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank my colleagues on the dais for showing me the ropes the last couple of days, how to maneuver in and out, even opening doors to council chambers. And so this is my baby step to the many steps ahead of me in the foreseeable future. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to the swearing ceremony at Fresno City Hall. Thank you. And for those of you, have a great day.
Welcome again. That was great. And thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you, Council President.
Yeah. We're going to move on to ceremonial presentations. First is going to be Lua and Yang Day, and the sponsors are myself and the Vice President. Well, I think it's appropriate that we celebrate an important person in the Hmong community because we have our second ever Hmong council member. And when you, come on up, Long, come on up. When you shared the story about your family, my family came to this country about the same time. Now, I was born here, my father and mother weren't, and they fled a revolution. But I think that it's important we recognize that shared experience that we have because in your case, people in the Hmong community were fighting so that the light of democracy and hope can shine on the world. And in the case of your family, what your father went through and your brother sacrificing himself so you can come here, that was incredibly, incredibly touching. And I'm a believer, and I do believe he's watching us right now. And he's got to be really proud of you right now. So please come on in the middle. Stand next to him. So I just want to thank you, Mr. Yang, for your many years of service, not only to the Hmong community, but also to this city. I love that it's called the Fresno Center for New Americans because it's about helping to make that transition. And it's a lot of hard work. And the amazing programs you did, the first medical program for the Hmong community in California, that was incredible. We thank you so much. And now we have POW there doing incredible work. And you've created a legacy that will last for generations to help second and third and fourth generation of Hmong Americans. But what I will thank you for the most is I'm very, very big on public safety. It's a very important thing to me. And the fact that you were able to lead policy changes so we can have the first Hmong detective in the Fresno Police Department, that's an incredible, incredible accomplishment. Because we did have a very tragic event when I first became a council member. And you know, when the community faces violent crime, it's easier for them to communicate with people that speak their language, that know the culture, that can break those barriers. And because of the work you've done, we're able to be a safer community. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Council President. I want to spend a little moment first taking a minute to welcome Brandon Bang into City Hall. As a first-generation immigrant whose family crossed the Rio Grande to become an American, it is my distinct honor to welcome another first-generation immigrant who crossed the Mekong River to become an American and join us on this city dais. So congratulations to you and your family. At some point, you have to tell me who the young lady is to the far left. I want to know who she is to you, because she has as much emotion as the rest of us in this room. So thank you for that. When it comes to the elder statesman of Liu Yang, let me share this story. There's a few people in this community who lead by a microphone. A lot of TV cameras, they say a lot, but they do very little. Some politicians included, of course. There's other people who actually do the heavy lifting work. They do it quietly, they do it with integrity, they do it with a soft voice, and they rarely get in front of a camera and speak about it publicly. And that's Liu Yang. He not only created the infrastructure that allowed us to migrate thousands of new refugees into the city and transition them as Americans and as contributors to our society, but he also prodded us privately to ensure that the city workforce looked like the refugees that were coming in, that the school district workforce was able to actually serve these students in their native language, that the school district actually taught all versions of Hmong in the classrooms, so that the culture could be preserved. And for me personally, back in the day, when I had kids and I didn't know how to fish, because nobody taught me how to fish in the Mendota Canal, I asked somebody to teach me how to fish. And this young gentleman told me that he was a great fisherman and that he would teach me how to fish. So he took me out to a dam up in the hills, and he showed me all the fish that he caught. Come to find out, it was Liu Yang who had caught all the fishes. And when I took my daughter to go with Uncle Blanc to show her how to fish, we didn't catch anything, because the real fisherman was not there that day. And for the record, I've learned that there's limits to how many fish you can take home. However, in the Hmong community, when you count every single child, including newborns, you somehow can take 100 fish home. So Liu, for being a friend, for being a quiet leader with integrity and a tradition, and for helping preserve the Hmong culture in this community and teaching the rest of us who are not Hmong your values and your traditions, and making sure that we do right by you and your community. Thank you for this life well lived and for your contributions to our city. Mr. Councilmember Bang.
It is an honor to stand here next to my uncle. In the Hmong community, if you have an in-depth conversation, you are related to the person who you're talking to, either through blood or through marriage or through the marriage of his second degree, third degree removed cousins. And so I am related to him and to him as well.
And so when you cast the net that is so wide, there is a relation or multiple relations between you and the person you're having a conversation with. And so, again, he is an elder to me. He is an uncle to me. And so I will address him as such. Xin chào. Nên là, nê lu đà lu giò, nu nọ nọ chứ, mà mua lu mà mọt trốn nê. Thế ta sẽ nê tư bí, bê cho chi xong ta là nọ lợi. Nê thì luôn đà, nê tự hư, gọ bê, phổ nọ. Cho mình tư mi nhua, tốt sa kê thế chi nhua. They blaze the trails. So their kids and my generation could be better than their generation. And that is the typical Hmong elders, like my parents and my uncle here. Let me give you a perspective into his history, aside from what is written on the resolution. In there, it mentioned that he attended school in the capital of Laos. If many of you know the history, the Hmong people are called quote-unquote hill tribes. We live in the mountains, for example, the Sierras. And so we rarely come down to the valleys like here to be educated and to have opportunities. Many of my father's generation and my uncle's generation did not have an opportunity to go to school. Many. My oldest sister and my second oldest sister who are here did not have that opportunity to go to school. And so for my uncle, Liu Yang, to be in this position, to be able to go to school in the capital of Laos is remarkable. And then to transfer and translate that knowledge here in America to go back to the next generation. As I am going to extend my hand backward to the new generation of Hmong Americans and uplift you. That is the definition of a trailblazer. And to that, I owe you a debt of gratitude as well, Uncle. Thank you very much for your service, for your fight, not only for the Hmong community, but for the community in Fresno through the Fresno Center, or the new Fresno Center for American. And so congratulations to the resolution. Today is your day, and the mic is yours, sir. Thank you very much. Wachondona.
I will not take too long to say what I have done for the past 30 or 40 years. But I'm very happy to be here. It's my honor to express my attitude to many of you, especially Council Chairman and then Council Miguel Aria, and then Blanchon, used to be a city council here, and also especially you just newly elected, but I'm very happy that to have someone who can represent the community and also represent the Southeast Asian community. I'm very happy to be here. My family are here. My friend also very happy to be with me this morning. It's very special to be in Fresno. I've been in Fresno for almost 40 years in Fresno. I'm very happy to receive this proclamation and internal recognition, the work that I have done in the past many years. And as many of you know, immigrant is different from refugee. Immigrant means you prepare a couple years before you come. You know exactly when you be here what you're going to do. But refugee is different. Refugee, 1 minute you would be here. And how are you going to survive? We must have someone to lead, to help, to train this community in order to adapt to this kind of system. It's very challenging when you first came. We are strange. You know, people come here, they get alien number. The alien number means they do not know where you come from. They give you a number, so they know how to track where you are and what do you do. So refugees come here, they're receiving alien number. a green card. It's taught to guide this community. And I've been here in Fresno, serving this community especially. It's taught to help this community to adapt to the new society. It's very challenging, but I do not want to say more. I want to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here this morning. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for all the support. I do not name your name, but I know who you are. And we are teamwork. We're facing the same challenge, and I hope that we'll overcome this challenge. And thank you so much to be with you this morning. Thank you.
City Clerk, would you read the proclamation in the record?
Whereas Mr. Lu En Yang was born on April 10, 1955, in Pusavan, Zhang, Kuang, Laos. At the young age of 14, demonstrated extraordinary courage and resolve by serving in the military during the Vietnam War. And whereas after 2 years of service, Mr. Yang transitioned to furthering his education in Viet Dinh, where he pursued academic achievement before embarking on the distinguished career in service. And whereas Mr. Yang's commitment to service extended to his role as a peace officer for the United States Embassy from 1972 to 1975, embodying the values of discipline, leadership, and dedication. Whereas, as the Vietnam War ended in 1975, Mr. Yang fled to Thailand as part of the new Hmong refugee movement and resettled in the United States in 1976, beginning a new chapter in his life with the indomitable spirit that he carried throughout his journey. And whereas Mr. Yang contributed to his skills and expertise in the Vietnamese Indo-Chinese Volunteer Agency, VIVA, and the Department of Labor in Hawaii, assisting refugees and immigrants as they navigated the challenges of resettlement in the United States. And whereas in 1981, Mr. Yang moved to Des Moines, Iowa, continuing his work with the Volunteer Enrichment Services, and later relocated to Fresno, California in 1991, where he became a leading advocate for the Southeast Asian community. And whereas in 1992, Mr. Yang began his tenure at the Fresno Center for the New Americans, FCNA, where he would serve as the executive director for 25 years, growing the organization into a vital resource for the Southeast Asian and refugee communities, overseeing 14 programs with an annual budget of $6.8 million and a team of 38 bilingual and bicultural staff members. Under Mr. Yang's visionary leadership, FCNA implemented key programs such as the Living Well Project, the first Hmong mental health program in the state, and the Adult Day Healthcare Program, which continues to serve as the backbone of FCNA's mission. And whereas Mr. Yang's advocacy efforts led to significant policy changes and improvements in resources for refugees and immigrants in Fresno, including the establishment of the first Hmong detective within Fresno Police Department, leadership roles within Fresno Unified School District, and more diverse staffing at public institutions, which better serve the needs of the Southeast Asian community. And whereas Mr. Yang was instrumental in advocating for the last group of Hmong refugees to be recognized to come to the United States, assessing their needs and ensuring that programs such as the New American School were created to support their transition into American society. Where Mr. Yang has been an early pioneer in shaping the Hmong community's leadership, and his work has been recognized locally and nationally with notable awards from the James Irvine Foundation, Portrait of Success with KC24, and Hmong National Development. And whereas, as we approach the 50th anniversary of the Hmong community's presence in the United States, it is only fitting to recognize Mr. Lu En Yang for his lifetime of dedication, advocacy, and leadership that has shaped the lives of countless individuals, families, and communities, ensuring a legacy of progress and empowerment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize Lu En Yang Day in the city of Fresno.
Alrighty, next up we have oh, sorry.
Thank you, council member. We are going to take a 15-minute recess for a reception next door in honor of our newly elected council member, Brandon Vang. Thank you for being patient. We are going to resume our meeting. Thank you so much. We're going to resume our meeting. The next item on the agenda, we're still at ceremonial presentations, will be a proclamation for Fresno Police Department Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit. So if we can have all our volunteers, representatives come right up on front. Thank you for making this happen. Thank you for making this happen. Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm actually going to ask Jim Patterson, our former mayor, to come up here too, because I believe the program was established when he was mayor. Want to lead it off, Mayor?
Sure. I'll do it brief. Well, thank you. It is an honor to be able to stand here with all of our volunteers. You know, I was in the police department when the Citizens on Patrol program began. Jim Patterson was a mayor at that time. But I can remember, believe it or not, it was controversial. Brian Burry was the one that started it in the police department, but no offense to our legal folks, but the strong recommendation was that we not have this Citizens on Patrol program because of the risk and the liability involved. And I thank God that we continued with that program, and it evolved into what it did at a time when we were over 100 strong on Citizens on Patrol, but the work that they do, the fact that they go out day in and day out without pay, work evenings and weekends and holidays, and free up our police officers from the duties that they can turn over to our Citizens on Patrol, as well as some of the other programs that they've been involved in that really have prevented crime from occurring in our city. So very grateful for that, and thank you for your service and all of those that are out there as well today. And with that, I'll give it to you, Council President Carbasi.
Thank you so much. So, believe it or not, this month is National Volunteers Month, and I can't think of a greater group of volunteers to have regular citizens step up and say, we want to go out there, and part of their mission is to improve the relationship between the public and law enforcement. And in the last year alone, in 2024, they have devoted over 3,600 hours of volunteer time. Now, I want to tell you why that's so significant. It's because that's 3,600 more hours that our sworn officers can spend going on those high-priority 011 calls. And I got to tell you, I don't know who told us not to have this program. I'm glad we didn't listen to the attorneys. Andrew, where are you? But thank you so much, Mayor Patterson and Chief Dyer at the time, for pushing forward and creating this program, because it has been a great success. Sometimes in this line of work, you got to take some risks when you know it's right. And the Citizens on Patrol program has shown that, and we're glad to have you all here today. Before I hand it off to former Mayor Patterson, I want if Chief Casto can come forward and say a few words.
These people, it's a labor of love. They come out every week, rain, shine, early, late, cold, hot, and they're out there serving the community, and it's in their hearts, and we really appreciate it, and I can't say enough about them. This is what makes Fresno special, are people like this. I don't know what it's like to not have these volunteers available. In '97 when they started, that's when I started as a police officer, and they have been, let me tell you, at every level, every rank, an invaluable resource. When there's missing children, there's a large crime scene, and we just need the support on the perimeter, they always come in clutch. So thank you all for your time. We appreciate it. We couldn't do it without you.
Thank you. Chief.
The man who hired me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. First of all, I found my way back. Yeah. I don't know if I can know all of the secret rooms and all that we. I want these officers to know it is this kind of sacrifice on behalf of each other in this city that makes this city great. You don't have to do it, you want to do it. And The other thing we took some risks when I was mayor. And yet they panned out pretty good. I inherited a city that had close to 100 homicides, with like 13,000 cars getting stolen. We participated and helped put together the Magic Unit to help eliminate auto theft. And by the time we finished up, instead of almost 100 homicides a year, it was down to 24. Car theft went down from like 11, 12, 13,000 down to maybe 3 or 4. And I have the Fresno Bee story hung on my wall at home, where the car insurance companies in Fresno lowered their car insurance rates in Fresno because we got off that top 10 list. And I was telling our current mayor, we did a couple of pretty good things, and I think we have 2 people here that I'm really proud of. When Ed Winchester said he was going to be retiring after I was termed, he said, I got the guy, and it was Jerry. And I think didn't we create the assistant chief?
Yes.
Put him in line. And it was a great choice. He was a great chief, and I think he's a terrific mayor. I also, I have a really soft spot for Chief Casto. I handed her badge, and she said, I got a picture with you. 97, right? Can I get a copy of that? I don't. Yes, I have one set aside. Great, terrific. But I think also I'm also here for Jet because we developed those paint stores on wheels. And back in the day when it was so difficult, we were painting over graffiti, but it wouldn't be the wall color. So the graffiti would be painted over, but there'd be a big blotch there that said, graffiti used to be here. And I came up with the idea, and I went to Carlin Manufacturing. It's a local company. They do contracts with the armed services for mobile kitchens. So they had the large container, trailer, and we said, inside, there's going to be mix and match equipment, and they can go to the wall, put the color stick up there, match it, paint it over. And we not only painted over graffiti, we painted a lot of walls and fences in Fresno that made property values look a lot better and be a lot better. So I love to be back. A lot of great memories. I mentioned 2 of them, 3. And this is what makes cities great. Leaders that understand that they need to give their staff people and the public servants that serve us clear direction, then give them the resources to get it done, and then back them up when they do it. And I remember I was telling Jet, I was out on Belmont Avenue back when I was mayor, and the paint stores on wheels were out. And I was driving up, and the crew was out there, and the worker was out painting and all. And I drove up, and I put the window down, and I said, hey, look. And I think I kind of scared him a little bit, because I'm not looking to see if you're doing your job right. I'm just here to give you a thumbs up. You did a great job. And he looked, I looked down through the window, And he said, well, we try hard, Mayor. We love the equipment. How do you like my street? And so when you do those kinds of things, back them up, give them the resources that they need, give them clear direction, they'll get the job done. And they will buy in to the kinds of things that we want to accomplish in the city. And so anyway, I wanted to be here for Jet. And I didn't know I was also going to be here for Chief, because, and between she and me, how many times did I say, will you please apply? 4 or 5, I think, you know, and she did. And I'm so proud of her. It's the right person for the right time for all the right reasons. Anyway, good to be back.
Thank you so much. Great. City Clerk, if you read the proclamation in the record, please.
Happily. Whereas the Fresno Police Department's Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit is a dedicated group of community members committed to enhancing the safety and quality of life in Fresno. As the name suggests, the Fresno Police Department's Citizens on Patrol team is comprised of citizens from the Fresno area who choose to volunteer their time and talents to the Fresno Police Department and our community. Guided by the mission to reduce crime, improve the quality of life through the development of community awareness, and form a partnership between the community and the police department, these volunteers play a crucial role in fostering a safer and more connected community. And whereas the Fresno Citizens on Patrol was launched in 1997, you may have seen the cops patrolling their white patrol vehicles, helping at the scene of traffic collisions, filling out paperwork, and standing by for tow trucks so that the traffic or patrol officer on scene can clear and be available for other high-priority calls for service. The Citizens on Patrol can also be seen helping to block off streets for pre-planned events like parades in the month-long Christmas Tree Lane, as well as conducting high-visibility patrols in areas that have been impacted by recent vehicle burglaries or graffiti. And whereas, in addition to their regular patrol duties, the Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit supports numerous community events, such as National Night Out, Neighborhood Watch Meetings, Red Ribbon Week at local schools, Central Valley Honor Flights, Return Home Reception, Valentine's for Vets, and other community meet and greets. These events provide valuable opportunities for residents to interact with law enforcement, learn about crime prevention, and strengthen community bonds. And whereas the volunteers undergo comprehensive training to prepare them for their roles, this includes crime prevention techniques, community engagement strategies, and emergency response procedures. They also participate in the Residence Police Academy, an 18-week program that provides in-depth knowledge of police operations and enhances their skills. Through this rigorous training, volunteers develop the expertise needed to effectively support the Fresno Police Department and serve the community. Whereas the Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit also collaborates with local organizations such as Neighborhood Watch Association and Hands On Central California. These partnerships amplify their impact, enabling them to reach more residents and address community-specific concerns effectively. Additionally, the units include 8 nationally recognized AmeriCorps retired senior volunteers whose experience and dedication further enhance the team's capabilities and community outreach. Whereas in 2024, the Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit provided an impressive 3,611 hours of volunteer service, showcasing their dedication and commitment to the community. Their selfless service exemplifies the spirit of community, partnership, and volunteerism. Their efforts have led to significant improvements in public safety and community relations, making Fresno a better place for all its residents. Whereas in recognition of National Volunteer Month, we honor the Fresno Police Department's Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit for their outstanding contributions and unwavering dedication to our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, recognize the dedication and commitment to the community displayed by the Citizens on Patrol Volunteer Unit in the city of Fresno.
Ignition, if you can hear that. Kevin Finley here, 25 years of service. And I can't imagine how many tax dollars this gentleman alone has saved over 25 years with all that traffic control, Christmas tree lane, you name it. So we really appreciate you. I'm going to do one advertisement. Most of these folks came as a result of attending our Residence Academy that we hold at Fresno PD every year, and we would love to have you take part. So pay attention, watch our social media, and that will come out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson, for coming back to City Hall. If you have time, I would love to hear a story about your favorite time as mayor here. You're free to get the mic and just share with the rest of us.
So next we have Proclamation for Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. Sponsor is the Vice President.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to keep this very brief because the only background I have in arts and culture is zero. I struggle just to figure out what I'm wearing every morning. But I do want to emphasize that the upcoming deadline for those who are interested in grants from Measure P's Arts and Culture is April 14th. So get your applications in and make sure you get some of our publicly funded resources for arts and culture in our community passed by the voters of the city of Fresno. So with that, let me turn over to the real art and culture experts in our community, Lilia Chavez.
Thank you, Miguel. And just a slight correction, that deadline for the LOI is this Friday. So thank you for the plug, though. We want people to apply. At a time when our national government is attacking our libraries and our cultural institutions, it really is important for us to recognize the important value of those cultural and arts programs that we have in our community. And the state of California wisely acknowledges April as Arts and Culture and Creativity Month. So we are here today to celebrate that notion. But I'm also particularly proud to be a citizen of the city of Fresno because, as I mentioned, our libraries, our cultural institutions are in peril. But in Fresno, we assessed ourselves to provide cultural amenities as a result of Measure P. We assessed ourselves to provide support to our libraries so we can be proud in Fresno that we recognize and value arts and culture. I also want to introduce Nefesha Israel, who is with Californians for the Arts. Nefesha?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lillian. Thank you to the entire council. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you for supporting the arts. And Lilia's absolutely right. I work on a statewide organization, California for the Arts. We do statewide arts advocacy, and I'm seeing in cities across the state where people are struggling to get funding for arts and culture, but Fresno is a step ahead with Measure P. So I really just want to bring that to our attention, acknowledge that it was the work of you all. And then with arts and culture, I just have one short thing to say, a poem by Muhammad Ali. Shortest poem, and I know that we're also honoring Poetry Month, and so he has a poem called, it goes, Me, We. And it reminds me of the African proverb, the Ubuntu proverb, I am because we are. And so the arts allow us to understand one another. The arts allow us to rep our culture, as we saw in this beautiful council meeting today. And so we have to continue to support the arts. We all benefit from the arts, and supporting the arts will only enhance our lives. And when you hear the proclamation, we hear a lot about health, healing, and hope, which is for California for the Arts, our theme this month, where we're focusing on how the arts heal our people, our communities, physically, emotionally, mentally. The arts do all of those things, and you may not realize it, but we benefit from it every day. And so thank you for this. And if you're an artist in the room, if you receive funding through Measure P, or if you do art, please come up and take this picture. This is not just us. Please join us.
City Clerk, will you read the proclamation?
Happily. Whereas Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, observed annually in April, is a statewide celebration established by the California Legislature in 2019 to recognize the essential role that arts and culture play in fostering vibrant, inclusive, and prosperous communities. And whereas the arts play a vital role in enhancing our health by reducing depression, lowering stress hormones, and promoting longevity through consistent engagement in creative and cultural activities. And whereas the arts nurture hope by fostering a sense of community and professional fulfillment, inspiring optimism, resilience, and a shared vision for a brighter future. And whereas the arts contribute to healing by providing therapeutic experiences that restore well-being, strengthen mental and physical health, and support emotional recovery. And whereas creativity fuels innovation, drives growth, and inspires meaningful progress, shaping a more vibrant and dynamic society. And whereas the City of Fresno acknowledges that arts, culture, and creativity are fundamental to the well-being of our community and is committed to promoting and supporting arts and culture organizations while ensuring equitable access to artistic and cultural opportunities for all residents. And whereas the Fresno Arts Council has been instrumental in leading efforts to promote and support the arts through dynamic programs, strategic partnerships, and initiatives that uplift local artists and organizations while ensuring access to arts and cultural opportunities for all residents. And whereas the City of Fresno values its collaboration with the Fresno Arts Council and state-level arts organizations, including California for the Arts and the California Arts Council, to advance cultural equity, artistic expression, and creative empowerment within our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, in recognition of the profound contribution of arts, culture, and creativity to the enrichment of our community, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the City of Fresno.
Okay, our next proclamation is for Black Maternal Health Week, and the sponsors are council members Esparza, Perea, and the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Are there any other organizations besides?
How do we do it with the County of Fresno? Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. It's an honor to stand before you today as we recognize Black Maternal Health Week, co-sponsoring this proclamation with Councilmember Perea and the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager. And I want to thank our friends at the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center for faithfully and religiously making sure you bring this to our attention and make sure that we get this on the agenda every single year. It's extremely important that we continue to recognize this week. As I always say, right about the time that you are getting tired of saying or delivering the message is the first time that people really are hearing it. And so I know you do this work around year-round, but this week's the time dedicated to really raising the awareness and continuing to spark the important conversation about the health and well-being of Black mothers. It's more than just a commemoration this week, but really more of a call to action, if you will, to confront the serious and preventable issues that Black mothers face, and particularly with respect to maternal mortality and the health disparities. And so I think we are all, I think, generally acutely aware of the disparities that exist in our healthcare system. But we also have to understand the concerns and fears of our sisters and mothers and daughters when it comes to receiving adequate care during pregnancy and childbirth. These disparities they're not just numbers, but they are real lives, real people, real families, and there's an impact to our community that's often left behind. So again, we're joined today by our friends at the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center, as well as our friends here over at Fresno County.
I'm actually with Black Wellness.
Sorry. Oh, Black. Oh, okay. So I apologize. Your badge is facing inward.
I apologize.
No. So I'm gonna provide a few minutes to the mayor and my colleague to say a few words, but I do want to hear from our guests, because no one better to deliver the message than the folks who are on the ground doing the work day by day, year round.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will keep my comments brief, and I want to thank all of you for what you do. We fully are aware of the disparities that occur in our community, and one of the only ways I know as to eliminate disparity is to bring them to light and to talk about them and to be visible with them. And we know that what those disparities are in terms of health care. We know those disparities in food insecurity, in housing, and a number of things that ultimately impact this issue. So I'm very, very proud to be a co-sponsor of this and to say thank you publicly to each and every one of you for what you do, and not only raising awareness, but making sure that we have healthy Black babies born in our community. So God bless you guys. Thank you.
All right. And my colleagues did a great job talking about why we celebrate this week, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about the numbers, just to shine a little bit more light on just how severe we experience this in our own backyards. So in Fresno County, our maternal mortality rate stands at around 20 deaths per 100,000 births, with 76% of those deaths happening after delivery in the postpartum period. In 2021, Black infants in Fresno County died at a rate of 12.2 per 1,000 live births, compared to just 2.4 per 1,000 for white infants. And so I want to speak a little bit too personally. My partner and I are pregnant right now, and one of the first things we did is look into a doula. And that's right around the time I reached out to Shantae Davies Balch and just learned a little bit more about the good work she's doing with the Black Doula Network. She was recently honored for her work, but I want to thank not just Shantae, who was here earlier but had to leave, but for everyone here who was doing the good work to make sure we are lowering statistics here in our own community. So I'm going to pass it on to Holly. Yeah, to say a few words. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you so much. My name is Holly Jenkins. I am a community health worker, and I'm also a lactation educator, and I work at Black Wellness and Prosperity. And this is really important, as you know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us, because as you know, I have clients every day, and they build their trust in me by telling me their stories. And it's stories of trauma, it's stories of sadness, it's stories of what's going to happen to me and my baby. And so community health workers are amazing, and the doulas we do have there are also amazing, and the community partners that we have are really awesome. And so I just wanted to say, as a Black woman and as a woman who has a child, it is very important that my child is taken care of and that my community members are also taken care of. And so I just want to say thank you, and I apologize for the switch up. And please come out, because we are having our Maternal Health Week this weekend, and you can learn more about what's going on in the Black community, especially when it comes to health and babies, maternal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Holly. My name is Nia Hodge, and I am a BWPC Advisory Council, one of the members. I want to first thank the Fresno City Council, the City of Fresno, and the mayor, and all of our partners, and also Shantae Davies Balch for her unapologetic advocacy, creating a platform for Black women and doulas to be heard, and a safe place to heal, and by sharing our stories. And I wish that I didn't have to say this, but I am a human, a mother, and a grandmother. And Black Maternal Health Week is not only about care, it's about honoring mothers, their sacrifices, and demanding justice for their legacies. This week is about calling attention to the disparities that persist and amplify the solutions rooted in communities led by us for us. Our bodies are not battlegrounds. They are sacred vessels of life, history, and resilience. The knowledge of Black midwives, doulas, healers, and birth workers has long guided our communities, often in silence. This week, we amplify that wisdom, invest in our right to safe and joyful birth experiences. And finally, as I said before, I am a grandmother and a mother of a 26-year-old who passed in 2017, giving birth. So finally, honoring those who lost their lives while trying to bring forth life, in honor of Alanique Jackson Webb and baby Ricky A. Marie Webb, may their memory be a call to action and a light that guides us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Nia, for sharing. I know it takes a lot of courage, as it has in the past, to be able to share your own personal story. So it's and again, it connects back to what I said earlier. It's real people, not just numbers. The numbers are very important to kind of demonstrate the magnitude of the issue here in Fresno, but it's all real people. And so, again, thank you all for your work. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the week of April 11th to 17th, 2025 as Black Maternal Health Week. Clerk, will you please read the full proclamation?
Whereas Black Maternal Health Week is nationally recognized each year during the month of April, the purpose is to help bring awareness and to engage in proactive conversations improving Black maternal health. We dedicate this week towards amplifying community-driven policy, research, and care solutions. And whereas the United States has the highest maternal mortality rate among comparable countries in the developed world, each year in the United States, thousands of women experience pregnancy complications. Maternal mortality has skyrocketed in the past few years, with an estimated 18.6 maternal deaths for every 100,000 live births in the United States. Approximately 700 women die each year in our country due to pregnancy-related complications. Pregnancy-related mortality can be avoided in many cases by identifying urgent maternal warning signals and treating patients promptly and providing compassionate, high-quality care. And whereas available research has consistently shown that racism compromises health, in the United States specifically, racism has continued to harm people of color and marginalized communities. Racism is widely present and shows up in every dimension of healthcare. Healthcare is not immune from the injustices that pervade society more broadly. And whereas CDC data reports that Black women who are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women, this alarming risk spans across all income and education levels. Decreasing maternal racial disparities requires collaboration among local, state, and federal governments, healthcare systems, providers, and social service organizations, and equitable investments through services, programs, and conditions that impact Black, Indigenous, and birthing persons of color. And whereas no woman or baby should experience a preventable preterm birth, and neither should die from a preventable cause in childbirth, the shared understanding of how inequities and outcomes based upon race, class, and gender are created by policy and practice is crucial to ending these healthcare inequities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 11th through 17th of April, 2025 as Black Maternal Health Week in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, council members, for that very important proclamation. Next, we have a proclamation honoring Fresno Poet Laureate. The sponsor is the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Thank you. It is really an honor to be able to be here today with our Poet Laureate. We have the opportunity to be able to select and recognize Poet Laureate every 2 years. Thank you to the Arts Council, Lilia Chavez, and the selection committee for bringing forth someone who is certainly somebody who works quietly, but is somebody that really has had her voice heard through poetry. And what is ironic is she's really a biologist, but is a poet. And how those two work together in the brain, I have no idea. But what I do know is she is definitely worthy of being recognized, and I know she's going to, Aditi is going to read a poem to us today. But I do want to say that it is my honor on behalf of the city to be able to recognize you today as our Poet Laureate, and we're going to recognize this day. In fact, I'm going to read it before the clerk says it, that now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 10th, 2025, to be Poet Laureate Hadi Medina Day in the city of Fresno. So I'm going to have Lilia Chavez say a few words. There's no other champion, as you know, in our city regarding the arts than Lilia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the council, for the earlier proclamation, and also to the staff of the city of Fresno. So much is done for the arts because of the partnership that the Arts Council has with the city, the council, and its staff. The Poet Laureate program came about because artists, poets, were interested in having one in Fresno. Fortunately, at the time, Mayor Ashley Swearingen said, "What a great idea. What do we have to do?" We figured it out and we made it happen. And we now are on our 7th Poet Laureate. I will tell you that our Poet Laureates are exceptional. Our current Poet Laureate is a Stegner Fellow at Stanford, and he has presented at the Library of Congress. Our former Poet Laureate, Lee Herrick, is now the state Poet Laureate for the entire state of California. And now we're so thrilled to have Adit Medina as our current Poet Laureate. She brings to this position such a unique and talented way of sharing words in a way that, as the mayor said, only someone with a biology background could do. She understands the flora and fauna of our community and incorporates that in her words. And so, Adi, congratulations, and it's you.
Thank you. Thank you. So this poem is a gift for the people of Fresno, all who have been on this land and all who will be born and come to this land. Yokut's land of Fresno I sing. We are unfinished but not invisible. The underdog with the champion stride, a city in the heart of farmland, at the skirts of wilderness, framed by valley oaks, once a land of bunch grasses, now a land of almond trees, and reminiscing fig gardens, the sweet fruit gone but not forgotten. Yokut's land of Fresno I sing. In the underground of citrus trees, our schools and universities, blossom festival poems memorized and recited. We grow poets by the acre. We dig ditches and plant cement pillars to hold up freeways, fast speed rails, and shelter from the rain and summer's heat. Yokut's land of Fresno I sing. We, a proud people of bus riders, library patrons, university students, farm workers, of rodeo cowboys, danzantes, dancers, fruit pickers, and fashion designers, of Renaissance moments, of resilient innovators, of unbreakable tradition. Thank you. Good. I am a poet of the underpass, the alleyway, the riverway, and the 99. Yokut's land of Fresno I sing. Fresno, lives beneath a valley canopy of technicolor sunsets in the summer and a dark winter sky with unique seasons in each heart. We are all wrapped in tule fog, grapevines, peach blossoms, fishing lines, palm fronds, silk saris, and embroidered rebosos. Pick this fruit. Fresno's people are my people. Their worries are my worries. Their joys, my celebrations. Yoke cuts, land of Fresno, I sing. We are a city of neighbors who care, advocate, build, work for, and with each other. Our business is humanity. Juan Felipe Herrera and Margarita Engel taught me so. Humanity. Fresno will never leave Fresno behind. Fresno will feed you from deep vines, pray with you in town squares, sage you at ceremony, laugh with you at the big Fresno fair, because corn dogs and cinnamon rolls in October make us one Fresno, for a flash of carnival lights and the time it takes a horse to run a racetrack. Yoke cuts, land of Fresno, I sing. Life is work on the streets, in the fields, the farms, the classrooms, and the pop-up businesses that bloom on every Fresno street corner. We are hustlers. We have this great desire to thrive. We grind, we grind, we grind. The Fresno good is handmade, homemade, for you, for me, for us. In our dreams lives the labor of us all. This is Fresno.
That was so beautiful. You brought tears to my eyes. For all of us who love this city, the way you love this city, and to be able to express it and through poetry is something that really is touching. And thank you so very much for sharing your heart with us today. What an incredible honor. And I don't know why we do this every other year. Lilia, can't we do it every year? You still get it for 2 weeks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't be well, let me tell you, there's enough poets for us to have one every week. This is Yokut's land of Fresno, I sing, is the land of poets. It's the land of poets, and I see a lot of poets here. And Lady K is my friend and an amazing poet, and should also be recognized by the city for all she does here. And I just want to say that I love you, son. My son is here. He's my only family here today that was able to make it. My son, Marcos Argueta. He is a student at Fresno City College and a bright young man, hopefully a future biologist. I don't know. And he's a member of Puente, Fresno City College, so I support all of the university and college activities that are done here. This is what makes us great.
Thank you, Adid. Clerk, if you'd please read the proclamation.
Gladly. Whereas Adid Medina is a Pulitzer Prize-nominated poet, award-winning spoken word artist and playwright, and the author of 31 Hummingbird, a suite of poems and segmented bodies. And whereas her poetry and prose have been featured in many publications, including Fresno State's Club Austral Literary Magazine, Chicano Writers and Artists Association Journal, La Bloga, Poets Responding, Split This Rock, and Nueva York Poetry Review, among many others. And whereas, with a talent that transcends traditional boundaries, Adid's work has been showcased in anthologies, municipal murals of the 559 Mural Project, and even through original compositions for the opera remix with Fresno Grand Opera. And whereas, drawing inspiration from her family's experiences and the broader farm worker movement, Adid's poetry captures the resilience, struggles, and hopes of those who have long been the region's economic backbone. Through her work, Adid pays homage to the labor and sacrifices of farm workers while giving voice to their enduring spirit and contributions to our community. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes Adid's accomplishments and considerable talents as a poet, as well as her commitment to its quality of life via the arts community and through her work in our civic and educational realms. And whereas it is the city of Fresno's custom that the mayor appoints the Poet Laureate Selection Committee, who officially selects the city's Poet Laureate. This term, the honor goes to Adid Medina. Therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 10th, 2025 to be Poet Laureate Adid Medina Day in the city of Fresno.
Terrific. Our final proclamation of the day is honoring Jet Lim, and the sponsor is Office of Mayor and City Manager.
Thank you. Jet, please come on up here. Scott Mosier, Director of Public Works, and our City Manager, please come up here. This is so bittersweet for me, quite frankly. Yeah, so bittersweet because Jet Lim is someone that has worked so tirelessly behind the scenes. All of his folks are here in the orange shirts back here, a graffiti abatement team that do incredible work. It kills me to see you have to sit here all morning because I'm thinking about how much graffiti you could have removed out there during this time. Next time we'll have to get you guys on first. But let me say this about Jet. He's been here for 35 years in the city of Fresno. Started out getting his bachelor's degree, a master's degree in planning and urban development. He actually started in our planning and development department, but then transitioned over into our community sanitation department. And as part of that, when the graffiti, as you heard the former mayor speak, when the graffiti abatement team was started, really there was none like it. And to be able to see how that team has flourished over the years, when you look at our city, it is for the reasons that we're going to talk about as to why it looks so clean. I had a meeting yesterday with Caltrans, CHP, and a number of folks regarding our freeways. And if you look at our freeways, they're graffiti free, as is most of our city. 90% of our graffiti gets removed within 24 hours of reporting, and it would probably be 100% if some of that wasn't on state property and private property where we have a process we have to go through. But an enormous amount of graffiti that gets removed. But I'm going to give you a story that I've shared many times. That many years ago, I was in the state of New Jersey and I was speaking at a conference. And the state trooper for the New Jersey Police Department was taking me back to the airport, and we were traveling along the freeway. And along the freeway, I began to notice graffiti everywhere. In fact, it was hard to find areas on the embankments or the overpasses or the pillars where there wasn't graffiti. And I looked over at the state trooper and I said, who's responsible for removing graffiti on the freeways? And his immediate response was, what graffiti? He wasn't kidding, he had become immune. And that's what happens in cities that allow it to occur. I heard the former mayor of LA, Eric Garcetti, ask me one time, when did our freeways become a canvas for tagging? And I said, when we allowed it to. You know one thing about Fresno? We're not going to allow it to. Not our freeways, not our shopping centers, not any piece of property in our city. And the reason, this guy to my right, Jet Lim. He's incredible. He's fantastic. His team is great. And so, Jet, thank you. And that's why today we're able to say, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 10th, 2025 to be Jet Lim Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Mayor. And you just touched on it. We have an amazing graffiti team, and there's no one person that does everything in the city. You know, we all are supported by our teams, but you have to have a strong leader of your team. And Jet, that has been you for decades. Thank you so much. We have very big shoes to fill. I know Brian Russell, our assistant director, I'm like, who's in charge of graffiti? He's like, we have to have an assistant director fill your shoes until we're able to recruit the right person, because they are very big shoes to fill. So you've been an amazing leader for your team. They've done an amazing job. So thank you so much for your dedication to the city. We all shed a little bit of a tear when we heard you were retiring, and what are we going to do? What are we going to do? You don't always hear that. We have, 4,600 employees, and we have people retiring all the time. But it's people like you that give us all the way up in the mayor's office the pause for, what are we going to do when Jet retires? Because you've been so instrumental in the success of our program. So thank you so much. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Georgianne. And I'm going to have Jet, if you would please say, I know you're a man of few words, but I want you to say a few words anyway.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Mayor Patterson for kicking off the graffiti program. I'm not sure how many years, 30 years ago, 1994 maybe. 94. And then a string of people in my life that really helped me in my career goes all the way back to Bobby Logan in planning, Charles Turney, especially Jess Garcia in CSD, who took me under his wing and showed me what graffiti was. When I took on this program, I have no idea what graffiti was. And he drove me every street corner and showed me what graffiti is, the difference between art and graffiti. Anyway, my most, my greatest thanks goes to my team. They have adopted a mission, a vision to serve the city with compassion. They don't see this as a job. They see this as a way to make the city better and for the citizens of Fresno to enjoy a clean and safe city. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. I do want to, in the interest of time, I know we have some items that are timed items this morning we have to get to, but clerk, if you would please read the proclamation, and at the same time, I'd like to have your graffiti team come down here if you wouldn't. And I know the mayor got to speak earlier about the importance of graffiti in our city and when it started, so thank you.
Whereas Jet Lim began his distinguished City of Fresno career in 1990 after earning a master's degree in planning and urban development from California State University, Fresno. He initially worked the planning department's front counter, assisting the building and planning permits, whereas in 1994, Jet transitioned to the Community Sanitation Division, where he played a pivotal role in developing the city's first graffiti abatement project. He helped address community concerns with innovative solutions at a time when graffiti and neighborhood blight were rampant. And whereas, under Jet's leadership, the graffiti abatement program evolved through multiple departmental transitions while maintaining a culture of stability and purpose that ensured its community service focus. Whereas, Jet used technological advancements to improve the program's efficiency, including standardized paint colors, hotspot canvassing, and development of a rapid response graffiti abatement truck. And whereas, utilizing his entrepreneurial talents, Jet empowered residents with graffiti cleanup kits and organizing volunteer paintouts. He transformed graffiti abatement into a collaborative effort where the city and its residents. And whereas, after 35 years of exemplary service, Jet retired on March 21st, 2025, leaving behind a legacy of public service commitment, innovative leadership, community engagement, and unwavering commitment to the city of Fresno that improved the quality of life for all residents and beautified Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the members of Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 10th, 2025 to be Jet Lim Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, please, support me. And that's the chief.
Well, again, I appreciate being here with Jet. Jerry and I share, I think, a similar notion about the importance of leadership and how to bring policy together, hope for good outcomes, think outside the box, give the resources, clear direction, and then we hand it off for someone to initiate, to fulfill, and to succeed on the mission. And that's what you did.
Thank you.
You made us all look awful good.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and we're proud of you, and I wanted to be here especially for you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor Patterson.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council and everyone for your patience. We're going to move on to the next portion of our meeting, which is council member reports and comments. I will start with District 1, Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. My team and I have been busy out in the district. We've been dropping a lot of flyers, letting folks know about all the great work we have coming up, whether it's road repaving projects or concrete repair or tree trimming. Just want to say thank you to Public Works for keeping us busy, and thank you to my staff for every week going out into the community and helping to spread the good word of all the ways we're investing back into neighborhoods. We also did hold our first town hall meeting. This was a historical Fresno High Tower District community meeting. We had a great turnout despite the rainy day, but want to thank Director Aguirre, Director Mosier, Director Clark, Phil Sky, Sophia Pagalatos from the Planning Department, City Attorney Jans, Mary Haskin, Captain Horsford, CSO Guzman, Sergeant Macias, and our amazing park ranger for taking the time out of your evening to come and update the community on all the great things happening in their neighborhoods. I also had the opportunity to throw out the first pitch at opening night of the Grizzly Stadium, and I don't think anyone would argue that I threw the best first pitch out of all of my colleagues.
Yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
true. It's
no
true.
one is arguing with that.
Second.
Second, thank you. And then wanted to just a few quick reminders, upcoming events we have in the district. We have Friday with Fire is happening on Friday, April 11th at 9 a.m. This will be at Cup of Joy in the Fresno High area, so across the street from Fresno High School. So I encourage everyone to stop by to meet with members of our incredible fire department and ask them questions in a casual setting. And lastly, the fire department is also holding its second annual cornhole tournament on Saturday, April 19th, which is a fun, family-friendly event and fundraiser to support their community outreach efforts. So we hope to see you there. I didn't do very well last year, but I'm hoping to reclaim some sort of respect in the art of cornhole in the upcoming weekends. Thank you.
All right. So what's happening in District 4, Councilmember Maxwell?
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates. I want to start by thanking my District 4 staff as well as any of the park staff listening in. This last Saturday, we had our very first Spring Fest. We had nearly 50 vendors there to get children signed up for free or low-cost programs, camps, activities. We got hundreds of kids signed up for dance classes, martial arts, singing class, robotics, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, summer camp, Chaffee Zoo camp. We got kids signed up to play orchestra and sports leagues from soccer, football, baseball, and so much more. So this, again, was one of our larger events. Couldn't have done it without administration and parks help along the way. But it was just really great seeing so many kids who are eager to sign up for something outside of school and to get involved, find something that they were passionate about. And so thank you for everybody that came out to that event. Secondly, been getting a lot of emails and text messages from some happy parents. April is the first month that kids have started to receive their free books through the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. This was a nonprofit that we helped raise money for locally last year through the city and private efforts. We were able to raise $400,000 in a couple of months. If you have a child that lives anywhere in Fresno County that's 0 to 5 years old, you could go to Imagination Library Fresno and sign them up. Every month they receive a free book in the mail until they reach 5 years old. The hope is that we are creating early opportunities for childhood literacy, opportunities for parents to read to their children, and by the time a child enters kindergarten, they have 60 books at home. So you could sign up. It's completely free, and the books are starting to go out. And lastly, I just wanted to say congratulations to Chief Casto. She had a very successful first Chiefs Gala this past weekend. Got to hear a little bit more about her vision for the future of the city of Fresno. She drew an amazing crowd and had a very inspiring message. So congratulations and best of luck to Chief Casto if you're listening. And that's the end of my remarks, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we have Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. It's difficult to get things done in 1 hour, so I really don't have anything to report as to what's happening in District 5, but I do have a few thank yous, starting with the mayor's office, the city manager's office, and the clerk's office for taking me by the hand and showing me the ropes for the last couple of days, giving me a tour of City Hall. And also a particular thank you to Adrian Kinney and Marisol Sanchez. They were the ladies who I called 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. They answer the phone and tell me where to go and how to do things. And so the other staff as well for making this transition as easy as possible. So thank you to the City Hall staff. And one final note, I'm looking forward to throwing the first pitch next year as well. Thank you. That's my last comment. Thank you, sir.
Got some competition. All right. Okay, next we have Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. First and foremost, I do want to publicly welcome Councilmember Brandon Vang to the dais. I kept your seat warm. I appreciated your remarks. I think you had a lot of us very emotional, and I had the privilege of being able to kind of see it up here, up close and personal, and what this all really means to you. So, best of luck here in your tenure, and look forward to working together. In terms of District 7, this week we held 2 town hall meetings in our central and southeast neighborhoods. District 7, we tend to do our town halls, our district-wide town halls at least, both in the spring and the fall, and this was our spring series to get budget input. So we discussed the upcoming budget as well as different projects happening within the district. I want to thank all the residents, everyone that took the time to come to one of these meetings. We had a great turnout at both, and for all those who spoke up and provided their input either in verbally or in writing. And I want to provide a big thank you to all of our department directors that also took the time out of their evenings to attend both meetings. I also had the privilege of throwing out one of the first pitches at opening day last Friday evening. My pitch did not go in the dirt. It was more of a wild pitch, a little high and to the right. But we got it done. We got it over the plate, even if it was a little off, a little high. So every year we're getting better. Maybe my last first pitch next year, in terms of this council term, maybe I'll get it right over the plate. This past weekend, I was humbled to stand beside members of the Laotian American community, Fresno, LACF, to celebrate the opening of their new office with one of their traditional ceremonies. The new office, I believe, received grants through Measure P, and so I was there to represent City Hall and welcome the new office. I think symbolizes a new chapter of growth for our community and their community, and represents hard work and growth and collective strength. So congratulations again to the Laotian American community on the grand opening of that new office there. Previous weekends, we participated in Clean California Community Day. Had the opportunity to join over 200 volunteers in planting trees and picking up litter in the Hidalgo Elementary School neighborhood. So on top of the beautification, we were also able to restore the Romaine Park Community Garden. The event was a collaborative effort by Caltrans, Tree Fresno, and Beautify Fresno. So thank you to everyone who came together for the Clean California Community Day within District 7. I know there were I think there were a few other of those events throughout the city, and we just had a great turnout in D7. I really appreciate everyone's efforts. That same day, also held a neighborhood watch meeting over in the neighborhood of Fresno and Shields. And again, I want to thank those residents that took the time to come out, share their concern, their very neighborhood specific concerns. As always, we're elected to represent our residents, and we couldn't do without you, without the ongoing input and partnership from the people in our district. So, Council President, I think I've taken up enough air. I'll cut it short there.
No, it's perfect. Thank you so much, Councilmember. And now we are at Councilmember Richardson, District 6.
Thank you, Council President. Congratulations, my new colleague. I'm glad that Fresno finally has all of the infinity stones gathered in one place. My staff, congratulations to them. Thank you for their hard work. We just finished visiting every senior living facility in District 6. That was a big part. These folks often don't get a chance to interact with candidates or elected officials because they don't live in a traditional house. So it was very important to us to make sure we reach out to them. So thank you to all of them who attended. It was my privilege to be there, and a special happy belated birthday to Donna at Fresno Senior Living, who just celebrated her golden birthday of 100 years old, and doesn't look a day over 70. Also, congratulations to Copper Hills Elementary. I had the privilege to returning to my alma mater to see a fantastic off-Broadway review of Willy Wonka. All of those kids obviously put in some dedication and effort into providing a great performance and bettering their skills as they grow up. Finally, I would like to officially make the first plug for May 24th of this year in District 6. We'll be holding our first Fresno Fit Fest. This will be a festival, a free event for fitness, mental fitness, physical fitness, emotional fitness, financial fitness for all residents. Because if you internally, if you as yourself don't have health, you don't have much. That's one of the things that we're known to take for granted. So we're looking forward to seeing anybody from across Fresno who'd like to join us up in North Fresno at Todd Beamer Park on May 24th, 8 a.m. I know we'll have police and fire out there, in addition to many nonprofits, local groups, government organizations, and some delicious food out there as we celebrate and invest in our health as a city. Council President, that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now, before we go to the Vice President, we have a special message from Councilmember Perea.
Yeah, I just wanted to say happy 50th birthday to Councilmember Miguel Arias. Happy birthday.
Sound like a day over 49, Miguel.
Is it 49?
Where's the city manager's bell when you're lying on this dais?
The bell.
Thank you for the wish, but I'm not 50 yet. I am a Gen X, though, so that's better than being a boomer. Thank you, Councilmember Perea. For the public, just a couple quick updates. I want to say thank you to all the residents of my district that attended the 4 neighborhood meetings that we hosted last week to get an update on all the improvements in the neighborhoods, to provide an update on all the improvements in the neighborhoods that we've done this last year, and more importantly, to get their priorities on the upcoming budget, that we're going to have to debate. These workshops allow me to get directly from residents what streets they want improved, what parks they want fixed, and what initiatives they want us to fund. And as usual, they're pretty interesting and engaging, and we do have a couple of folks who tend to follow us around for those meetings. Lastly, I want to point out that as the public knows, this council approved citywide rules for managing and regulating mobile food vendors. Those rules go into effect in June of this year. And in preparation for those rules being implemented, we did include a proactive education program that we've been doing for several months now, giving a lot of warnings instead of citations, as well as hosting numerous workshops for mobile food vendors to show up and get familiar with the rules, ask questions, get clarity. The upcoming workshops at City Hall is April 18th at 6 p.m. Then we'll be at the Mosqueda Community Center in Southeast Fresno on April 23rd at 9 a.m. We'll follow up on May 6th at 6 p.m. in Cortiba La Salud's kitchen. And then finally on May 13th at 9 a.m. at the Fresno Hispanic Foundation office here in downtown Fresno. So we've total will give more than half a dozen workshops in the public and invite all the vendors in the city that vend in our community to get familiar with the rules before we start enforcement including citations in June of this year. With that, congratulations, Councilmember Vang, and to your family, and I'm looking forward to your service, and I'm hoping this first meeting will be an easy one for you. I've only pulled 2 or 3 items, so out of courtesy and respect for the new council member today. Thank you.
That is actually a very big honor, just so you know. Usually it's 30. No, I'm kidding. Only teasing. Thank you, Council Vice President. Great job. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank a lot of folks that now that the weather's improved, we're able to move forward with construction with a lot of improvements in Northwest Fresno. First off, to the Parks Department, Aaron and your team, thank you so much for all the improvements we're going to see at Logan Park, which is really dear to me. It's probably one of our oldest parks in Northwest. It's the only park we had growing up, and we're really bringing that park back with the new softball surfacing of the playground and the ADA improvements they're making out there. Orchid Park getting a lot more improvements. And then, of course, Collegian Park's going to get those field lights, which is a very big deal because that park is used. It would be used 24 hours a day if residents had it their way. And then, of course, I do want to thank Public Works and Capital Projects. Scott, really kudos goes out. We have a portion of our district where the entire road, it's on alluvial. There's something called the PCI score. For anyone watching, 100 is great, brand new road. Some portions of this road were at 8. The average was 25. So residents have been waiting for years to get this portion repaved. Thank you so much, Scott, and your team, as well as all the work they're going to be doing on Herndon soon, on Blackstone from Minarets to Nice for anyone that goes to River Park. We rely on those shoppers to spend money in Fresno and support our tax base. Now they'll have safe roads and less potholes. And I want to thank the mayor and administration for including those things in the budget as we negotiated last year. And this is all a win for all of us. So thank you to that. Lots to look forward to. I do want to thank my staff, Alyssa, Andrew, Ryan, and Lauren for, it's been a bit busier. Things have picked up. I don't know if it's the spring, but constituent services are on the rise. But that's the biggest part of our job, and you guys have been doing a really good job staying on top of that and delivering for our residents. They're the people that put us here. And thank you, especially to Alyssa, for all your work. Also, I do want to take a moment and talk really briefly and congratulate our former colleague, Supervisor Bredefeld, who was able to unanimously pass a copper wire ordinance. I'm not going to say too much about it because it is an item we'll talk about later, but it was a big accomplishment and a big win to make sure we can do something about this nuisance crime that we'll talk more about later today. And that's my report. And now we're going to move on to mayor and manager reports. Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. And I, too, had the opportunity to throw out the first pitch. One of the few that didn't bounce in the dirt or end up in the dugout.
Heard you practice for a couple months.
I did. I practiced all night long for that. I did have the opportunity with some of you, I know Council President Carbasian and Maxwell, Councilmember Maxwell, for the Police Chief's Gala for the Foundation Saturday evening. It was an incredible event, black tie event, and they raised a lot of money for a very, very good cause. Also participated in the Fire Awards ceremony this week with Council President as well as Council Members Esparza and Maxwell. So thank you for being there and to be able to hear some of the stories, some of the things that oftentimes are not told about our fire department heroes. And in one particular case, the saving of a small baby who was rescued from a house which was on fire. So heroic footage as well of that. Participated in a demolition in Chinatown with Councilmember Arias last week of the Bao Tong building. We are going to be building affordable housing at that location once that building is demolished and we go through an RFP process, but we're hoping for 35 affordable housing units at that location. Also participated with Councilmember Arias in the first cricket pitch course or field in the city of Fresno, which is going to be at JSK Park, as well as one at the regional sports complex in Southwest Fresno. And then lastly, the last couple of items, for those of you who are not aware, the Express-Free Deli and Sandwich right down the street, 2700 block of East Divisadero by Community Hospital, incredible food. And it really makes you have somewhat of a big city feel when you walk into this deli. So right down the street, I'd love for you to patronize it. Last night, I had the opportunity to dedicate a stadium and do a ribbon cutting Fresno Pacific University. That's the Dan Martin Stadium, a beautiful facilities. They've put millions of dollars into that stadium, all private dollars, and it was my honor to be there with Coach Hirschkorn. And then lastly, I'll be speaking tonight, doing a fireside chat at the Doubletree with the CEO, president of PG&E. Hope all of you will be there. It's being hosted by the Economic Development Corporation, and again at the Doubletree from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Should be a great event. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Council President.
Thank you, Mayor. Lots of great updates. City Manager?
I think I'm going to pass, given that it's 11:35, and we've still got a lot of work to do. Thank you, though. And I do need to say, looking forward to working with Councilmember Vang. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Much appreciated. We're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. 10:03, we have an appearance by Jesse Neves, and I apologize if I pronounced your name wrong. And then after that will be an appearance by Erica Leonard.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes, yeah.
My name is Jesse Nevis, and I am a new homeowner in North Fresno. I purchased my Woodward Lakes property in District 6 late last year. My fiance and I enjoy going out on the lake, as well as running, walking, and riding our bikes around the neighborhood and in Woodward Park. She has asthma, and we both work hard to take care of our health. So we are particularly concerned about how the Southeast Development Area Plan, CEDA, will harm our health and the health of our family members, friends, and community members if it is allowed to go forward. Quoting from a March 3rd Fresno Land article about CEDA, according to city documents, CEDA would increase Fresno's annual carbon emissions by approximately 500,000 tons, effectively wiping out the city's progress on climate goals for the next 2 decades. Though people may disagree about climate goals, everyone agrees that increasing carbon emissions by 500,000 tons will make for a lot more bad air that all of us have to breathe. My fiance and I grew up in Clovis, and like many, if not all of you, we've spent most of our lives breathing polluted air. We can take charge of our sleep, our diet, our exercise, and many other health factors on our own, but we don't have the power to change our air quality. In 2024, the American Lung Association gave Fresno an F grade because of our high number of high ozone days, and another F grade because of our high rates of particle pollution. CEDA would be moving us in the wrong direction. When the time comes for you to vote for or against CEDA, please think of our health. Please think of my older family members with COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and think of my fiance with asthma. There are almost 100,000 adults in Fresno suffering with either COPD or adult asthma. Please think of the children in your district. There are 15,700 children throughout Fresno who already struggle to breathe because of pediatric asthma. Approving CEDA is approving more bad air and all the coughing, wheezing, asthma attacks, and chronic illness that it brings. I recognize that you as city leaders are responsible for finding ways to add more housing to Fresno. Please make it a priority to add housing in a way that improves community health. CEDA will make us sicker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to an appearance by Erica Leonard, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Erica Leonard. I'm a District 1 homeowner, and I'm concerned that CEDA will harm Fresno neighborhoods and businesses in all districts, actually. Now, it does seem that the tax sharing agreement that this body came to with the county does improve upon the previous agreement, and I appreciate your advocacy for that. In order for there to be tax revenue, there needs to be people, and in order for people, there need to be buildings, and in order to have buildings, there needs to be infrastructure. And unless you tell us otherwise, the rest of us have to assume that we as Fresno taxpayers will be footing that infrastructure bill up front with no guarantee of any kind of benefit for that while we watch our existing infrastructure decay, although I hear all of your commitment to working hard in your communities, but I think it's decaying faster than we're working on it. Given the realities of budget shortfall, declining growth rate, and crumbling infrastructure, sinking money into state infrastructure seems a risky gamble with public money. Now, I understand that you're under pressure to address a housing shortage. And I hear so much robust community debate about multiple ways to do this that are less costly than CETA and more beneficial to existing neighborhoods, such as infill. Yay, we heard about building new housing there. And maybe building in West Fresno, where we already have put infrastructure in place. These discussions are exciting, they're hopeful, they're full of possibility. I have yet to hear a single argument as to how CETA would benefit any individual community member, any individual business, or any individual neighborhood. In my neighborhood, a man with disabilities rides his mobility scooter down the middle of the street because it's safer to risk being hit by a car than to use the scooter on the broken sidewalks. My mother is constantly wary of tripping because of the condition of the infrastructure and the poor lighting, and these seem like lawsuits waiting to happen. Now, my North Fresno friends describe infrastructure that is generally in better condition, but still they can see Fresno's repeated pattern of hollowing out at the center and leaving once thriving neighborhoods to deteriorate as we move out to the next shiny new thing. North Fresno seems to be next in line, as Seda sets us up to continue this pattern of sprawling out, hollowing out, and leaving communities behind. I submitted a PRA request February 25th to learn what infrastructure improvements are planned for my neighborhood. I understand the statute allows 24 days for the city to provide this. The city's most recent projected date for addressing my inquiry is April 28th. That's 63 days. That extends 39 days past the response date. Not sure why the delay, but I want you to have that information in hand before you decide whether to commit billions of dollars to CETA infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now that is all for the scheduled hearings and matters for that portion. Now we're going to move on to number 2, the consent calendar. So next is consent. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And then the pulled items will be heard immediately after consent.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember.
Council President, I'd like to register a no on 2 Victor, please.
Okay. That's 1 no vote on 2V. I will also be registering a no vote on that item. Any other items? Okay, now we're going to move on to public comment on all contested consent items, as well as closed session items. This does not include unscheduled communication. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item or closed session? If so, each speaker gets 3 minutes. And please identify the item you're commenting about at the beginning of your comments. But I do have 3 cards here. I have Ruben on item 2O, which is one of our pulled items. Ruben, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ruben, and I am a resident and voter of District 5. I would like to begin by welcoming my incoming council member, Brandon Bang, and congratulate him on winning his council seat. I'm here to address the agenda item 2-0 related to AB 481, which is currently on the consent calendar. I strongly urge you to pull this item from the consent to allow for a thorough and robust review of the report concerning the use of military equipment policy and its implications for cost effectiveness, public safety, and civil rights in our community as required by state law AB 481. AB 481 is critical legislation aimed at ensuring transparency and accountability when it comes to the use of military-grade equipment by law enforcement. The law requires all law enforcement agencies to engage with communities they serve before acquiring or deploying such equipment into the communities. This is a vital conversation for our communities, as military equipment can dramatically change the nature of policing and can have significant impacts on the civil liberties and public welfare of our communities. However, it is concerning to note that it has been observed that Fresno Police Department has not yet held the required community meeting as mandated by this law. This is not merely a procedural misstep, but represents a failure to acknowledge and respect the voices of community members who should be at these meetings and have a say in how their safety is managed and how military equipment is utilized in our neighborhoods. I implore the council to take a stand for transparency and community engagement by tabling this item until Fresno Police Department fulfills its legal obligation to gather public input by holding a well-publicized, conveniently located community engagement meeting before having its use of military equipment considered by the City Council. It is essential that our community feels assured that safety measures being implemented are not only effective, but that they respect the civil rights and that it safeguards their well-being. By prioritizing communities' right to engage in a crucial discussion about military equipment and its implications, you will be reinforcing trust between law enforcement and the citizens that they serve. Thank you for considering the importance of pulling this item from consent and ensuring that our community is involved in the conversation around public safety and civil liberties. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That concludes my comments.
All right, next we have Whitney to speak on this same item. And Whitney, come on up and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you. My name is Whitney, and I'm here to ask you to please reject the renewal of California Bill AB 481. The acquisition of military-grade weapons for civilian police forces should not be normalized by any city in California. What is the purpose of acquiring these weapons if not to use them on us? Officers can acquire these weapons and equipment in a question and do not have to receive any special training or methods of restraint in confrontations, nor are there any systems in place to hold these officers accountable for using them. There is a toxic warrior mentality culture among officers, not individual ones, but as a culture. This creates an imaginary perceived threat and a divide between them and those they sign up to protect. And this rift is a threat to civilian safety. Historically, South and Southwest Fresno have a much higher rate of experiencing abuse and mishandling by law enforcement. How will this affect already vulnerable populations, and how can we ensure that they will not abuse this power? The most current stats on Fresno PD's website state that violent crimes are down over the last 2 years. So what exactly are we needing? What exactly are we preparing to fight a war on? Sorry, I'm a little nervous. According to the policescorecard.org, from 2013 to 2021, there were more police shootings per arrest than 66% of other departments in California. And from 2016 to 2021, Fresno PD used deadly force before trying non-deadly force 82% of the time more than other departments in California. There's strong evidence to suggest that the impact of cop cities on communities erodes trust and cooperation with leadership. There are cop cities all over the nation, and we can see in Atlanta, Seattle, and Los Angeles what this does to communities, not to mention the immense property damage and innocent bystanders suffer from not being careful. Thank you, guys.
Okay, our next speaker on the same item will be, I believe, Ari C.
Hi, good morning, council members. My name is Ariana, and my family and I are homeowners here in Fresno in districts 1, 2, 5, and 6. I'm a community-based mental health therapist and a small business owner. I have worked in community mental health for over a decade. I'm speaking in regards to contested consent agenda item 2O on the police department's use of military equipment, and to request your leadership in city council complying with state law by continuing the item to a future meeting. There are 2 AB 481 state law compliance issues. First, Government Code Section 701E says the governing body shall review any ordinance that it has adopted pursuant to this section approving the funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment at least annually, and subject to paragraph 2, vote on whether to renew the ordinance at a regular meeting held pursuant to the Ralph M. Brown Act. Reference paragraph 2 says the governing body shall determine, based on the annual military equipment report submitted, whether each type of military equipment identified in that report has complied with the standards for approval. Those standards are defined in the state law and include cost effectiveness, as well as whether the policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil liberties, and civil rights. Because agenda item 2O is on consent, such a review is not possible, and it's obvious that there is interest in this room to continue that conversation. Second, the same state law goes on in section 7072B to say within 30 days of submitting and publicly releasing an annual military equipment report, pursuant to this section, the law enforcement agency shall hold at least one well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting at which the general public may discuss and ask questions regarding the annual military equipment report. Such a community meeting has not happened, and we're requesting that Fresno PD should follow the AB 481 state law and hold this meeting before having its use of military equipment considered by City Council. Any previous community engagement done by FPD prior to the middle of March, when the annual report was released, does not count towards this requirement. It must come 30 days after the report has been published. I'm requesting the council members pull this item from consent and continue the item until Fresno PD has had the opportunity to comply with state law by holding the required community meeting as mandated. Renewing AB 481 for another year would do so without complying with state law. Fresno Police Department released its military equipment report before March 13th and has not held this meeting, at least not one that is visible on the department's website or social media accounts. In addition, we have searched the website and these accounts and found no evidence that the department held a community meeting about its report on military equipment within 30 days of its publishing last year either. That's 2 years in a row that Fresno PD is out of compliance, which makes it an outlier.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So move.
Moved by the Council Vice President, seconded by the Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? One moment, please. Thank you, City Clerk. Just to be clear, is there anybody else wishing to speak on the contested consent calendar, or closed session? This is not for unscheduled communication. It does.
Hey.
Which item are you speaking on today?
The one that they were talking about.
Okay.
Which one is that?
2-0.
2-0, so that's what I'm going to talk about, 2-0.
Regarding?
The weaponizing of the police department.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys know, but at 10 a.m. this morning, a Fresno police officer just shot somebody. The suspect is currently in the hospital right now. So I'm in support of what they're saying. We really need to get the community involved in all of this. There's a lot going on out here. There's a lot of stuff I think the police need more counseling, more therapy, how to deal with stuff, because they're too quick to draw their guns. They're too quick to draw their batons, their sticks, and all that stuff. And I just really think that, you guys want more support from us, then you need to start listening to us when we're requesting open public meetings so we can discuss this and be a part of it. You want us to pay taxes and you want to raise them, but you don't want to listen to us. So we definitely need to listen to your community in every single district, not just Fresno 1, 2, or 3, but in every single district we have issues with the police officers, and a lot of them need to have severe counseling. I have been working on these streets for 10 years, and let me tell you, the trauma and the stuff that I've seen out here on the streets has really messed up my head. So there's no way a police officer can see more than me and have to deal with more than me, not have to sit there and have any type of mental health issues which interfere with their duty as a police officer. They're supposed to be peace officers protecting our city, and this is not happening. We need more training, longer training. When officers are shooting people, they should have a whole year off, like a lot of extensive counseling, because when you take somebody's life, you're not going to get over that. So how many times do you want these officers to continuously go and beat themselves up? We need to hold you accountable, and we'll continue to do it. You guys need to follow the state law, that you guys are not bigger than the state of California, so you need to follow what is put there. I'm pretty sure you guys probably voted for some of these, so follow your own advice, and let's bring safety back to our community. Let's stop weaponizing the police department, and also we won Wiki's case this morning. I just had to come here and say that at 10 o'clock this morning.
I'm sorry, there'll be an opportunity during unscheduled communication for that, Des.
I might not be here.
Okay.
But that was it. We won.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on contested consent, or unscheduled, closed session? Cindy, I do have a card for you. You didn't identify this topic. Is it Oh, come on up then.
Well, good afternoon at this point. I'm Cindy Pimpino. I am with Fresno Homeless Union, and I am with Fresno Church, Christ Helping Hands. And I haven't been able to officially say hi, Mr. Richardson. Thank you for coming on board. And congratulations. I was rooting for you, Mr. Vang. So, 2-0 is a big concern. My concern is, why do we need to have these weapons when we have, like, the 144th Fighter Wing on guard at Fresno Airport? Isn't that their job, the military? Military. These are not military. These are police officers. Now, I'm in total opposition. I don't have a speech. But I'm going to tell you, being a victim of attack by a police officer, I'm glad he didn't pull a weapon on me. But many of them do need counseling. Many of them do. And the mental health is a big concern with this weaponization. It's a big concern. That's going to put people over the edge. So what you need to do is, like other supporters said, we need a meeting. We need to have some community meetings. You need to get our input in it, everybody. What happens here? What's happening? You're shutting your communities down. So let's open it up. Let's all get together. Let's work together. Listen to us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you so much, Cindy. Anyone else wishing to comment on the consent calendar, contest the consent, or closed session? This is the last opportunity to do that. Okay, there being none, we're going to move on. There was a motion by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? There being none, the consent calendar passes 7-0. I've been waiting to say 7 for a long time. Thank you, Councilman Vang. Okay, next we're going to move on to the contested consent calendar. I've had a request before we break for lunch to hear one of the items. That is going to be item 2W, as in winner, that was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Richardson. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Council President. So item 2W, as in whiskey, relates to some efforts that my office has undertaken to alleviate some of the burdens for our veterans who have come home, have left this environment of war or combat, and have come back to the community to become entrepreneurs, start their own businesses, and really plant their seeds and raise their families here in Fresno. So what we've found in our proposition, since we want veteran-owned businesses here in Fresno, is that Clovis had a pretty good template for it. So we did some learning, we've talked around, we've asked some questions, and it's clear that some more homework needs to be done on this. So we want to make sure that when it's done right. So it's going to take a little bit more time through the city, through my office, and through working with local businesses to do the homework and get the research done ahead of time. So we've spoken with the city manager's office about this. I know they're working hard on it. And do we have a projection as to when we'll have all of our ducks in a row to get this passed and help some veterans?
Yeah, I think if you could give us another 30 days, since we just, saw this a few days ago, like maybe the May 15th meeting.
Okay. Then, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to whiskey to the May 15th meeting.
Okay. Second that. And that's seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Okay. Any opposition? Okay, and the item's tabled to the next meeting. Thank you. We're going to move on, continue contested consent. We're going to go to 2 Edward. That was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias and Councilmember Vang.
Council President, my questions have been answered by the city manager, so I'll defer to Councilmember Vang if he has any questions on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Karbasi. Just 2 quick questions. This is the infrastructure improvement, I believe, south of Cedar. And my quick question is, when is the construction start date of this project?
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me today, and congratulations, Councilmember Vang. Construction is scheduled to begin summer 2025.
And what is the expectation date of completion for this project?
We will complete construction in fall 2025.
Same year. Okay, thank you. And is there any, in terms of traffic inhibitions or traffic, I guess, will it hinder any of the regular travels in this area in terms of the residents living there?
There is expected to be an impact to the residents and the Calwa Elementary School. However, those issues have been addressed in the traffic control requirements in the project specifications. In addition, we have done everything we can to ensure the contractor can complete the majority of the major infrastructure improvements during the summer when the school is out of session.
Once this project is initiated, I assume that there will be signs posted also. Will there be any communications with the local schools that will be impacted in terms of traffic and directions of travel?
Yes, sir, there will. We will invite the school to the pre-construction meeting to address any concerns they have.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other council members have any questions? Oh, well, would you like to make the motion? It is in your district.
Absolutely. It'd be my honor to make a motion.
To approve?
Yes, to approve, yes.
Okay, and it's been seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? The item passes 7-0. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to item 2H, and that is actions regarding to the new 911 emergency call center project. And that was moved to contested consent by Council Vice President Arias.
Just two questions for staff. One is, given all the construction in downtown Fresno and all the disruptions it's created, what is the scheduled construction date starting completion? And secondly, is it dependent on any other third-party agency completing undergrounding work or anything of that nature that we need to be aware of?
Hi, Council. Francisco Magos, Capital Projects Assistant Director. So right now for the 911 call center, anticipated construction would be summer of 2025, and completion substantial would be fall of 2026, pending any long lead items that we'll work on with the contractor to get ordered as quickly as possible.
And does the project call for closure of Fresno Street?
No, this is over at the MSC, so G Street and El Dorado. There may be some traffic control that we'll have to set up for construction staging along El Dorado, but we do not foresee any full closures of any roadways.
Okay. My last question is, can you walk me through the narrative? There's references to a lowest bidder withdrew, the second lowest bidder is not local, you've added $75,000. In layman's terms, what exactly are you doing in terms of who's receiving the award and what's the additional cost?
Correct. So the low bidder, apparent low bidder at the time of bid award was Swinnerton, but there was an issue arose with one of their subcontractors. So it was deemed that they would that they wouldn't be able to add that subcontractor in. So as a result, we had to go with number 2, which is Solpac. And so the $75,000 description in there really is a local preference. So had the low bidder, just to give an example, had the low bidder not been a local business, but the second bidder had been a local business, we would have to have given a $75,000 increase to the low bidder. And if that would have increased the dollar amount higher than number 2, then number 2, as being the local business, would have received the award.
Okay. And this bidder is also constructing Fire Station 12, right?
Correct.
Is that project on schedule or is it behind schedule?
Currently, we're on schedule. I would say if you want to speak overall project schedule, there were some delays in the middle of the design just because we had to, we started with the design and then we had some redesign, some value engineering. But in terms of where we are right now, I would say we're on schedule.
Is staff confident that this contractor can do both projects and not be behind schedule on both projects? These are
Yes.
2 significant public safety apparatus projects.
Yes, so we did have our purchasing division reach out to the contractor prior to this award here you have in front of you. And they were able to confirm with the contractor that it would be 2 separate construction groups, and so that they would not have any impact.
Thank you. Would that make a motion to?
Sorry, I have a couple questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Any other council members before have any questions? Okay. Can you just, for the public's sake, this is a very big deal. Can you provide us some context of what you're going to see at this new center and how it's going to impact the ability for this city to provide? Because, I mean, the first thing you do when you're in trouble is call 911.
Sure, yeah.
How the staff will see the difference with this new center.
Yeah, so the existing call center is currently at the existing police headquarters in one of their basements. So it's a very compact and tight facility. So this will add a lot of different amenities, a lot more space. So we'll have, staff lockers, a fitness room for the staff, break room, a quiet room, enhanced server room, conference and training rooms, in addition to managers and supervisors' offices, and then exterior patio areas so that the staff can have their lunch or take breaks outside if necessary, and then just some site lighting and landscaping amenities that aren't currently available to them right now.
I think most importantly is in our current center, because of space constraints, we have a very hard time adding dispatchers because there just is not physically enough room. So as we grow larger and larger and obviously need to add more dispatchers, this last round that we added pretty much maxed out our space. So in addition to all the amenities for the employees who have been stuck in a basement with no windows for decades, there will be more space to be able to add dispatchers in the future as we grow in a city, as the city, and need additional staff to keep up with the service requests.
And that's the biggest thing for me. It's the improved quality. They already do a fantastic job, but this is about like dispatch. They work long hours, long shifts. It's a very different kind of work environment. And it's nice to know there'll be no asbestos and no HVAC problems. So that's great. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? There being none, motion passes 7-0.
It's in my hood for the record.
Oh, my
It's
mistake.
okay.
Okay. Well, we'll give you the next one. So last item
I'm just
will
looking
be
for the construction
yeah,
becoming.
got it. 2-0, and this was regarding the approve the renewal of the Fresno Police Department's annual military equipment use report, and that is moved by contested consent by VP Arias.
I know, right? Thank you, Council President. A couple of questions for the police chief. You ready? Chief?
She's coming.
You shaking hands?
We do have a
Kissing
PowerPoint.
babies? Yes, it's okay. I don't have questions about the inventory,
Okay.
essentially, but I do have questions on process.
Okay.
One question that was raised by the public on public meetings, I'm going to defer to the city manager and to city attorney to address.
Okay.
That seems to be what the members of the public have raised is counter to what the city has been implementing since this legislation passed. So I'm going to defer to the city attorney and the city manager for them to address those questions when they see fit. My question is particular to your item is I don't see any information on how often this equipment is utilized.
It's in there. It's it's kind of buried, so you may not
Yes.
see it. Did you want to know on anything particular?
Can you just point me to where it's at?
Sure.
Where
So
it would
let's
be?
say, for instance, the first item are the robots,
Uh-huh.
and it's page 2 of the actual memo, the report itself. And you'll see in there, right at, well, I can tell you for sure on the drones, it's 476, and it's in there under one of the bullet points on page.
Could you just do me a...
Page 7.
Page 7?
Yeah, that's the easiest one for me to reference quickly.
All right. Could we just get a public memo describing, outlining how often each piece of equipment was utilized in the last year?
Yeah, it's in here, and we should make it clearer if it's
Yeah.
not jumping
Just
out
like a
at you.
table would be sufficient for me.
Okay, we can do that.
Secondly, I noticed that you have a process for when you no longer use certain equipment, I think, forgot what you call it. You basically decommission it. And I'm assuming that if you're decommissioning a SWAT vehicle, you're not going to surplus it and sell it for public use, correct? Like you would a police vehicle?
Well, yeah, Fleet would handle it, so it would depend on the fleet.
So-
We have never gotten rid of one that I can remember, so I don't know what process was used.
So for example, when we're replacing the helicopter, you're going
Yes.
to decommission the existing helicopter. What's our process for making sure that these weapons of military purpose are not decommissioned and sold to the public?
Yeah, well, there's no munitions. The helicopter's just a commercial grade helicopter, so that would again
But
be up
you-
to an auction, and there's a process. I do know that.
AR-15s, all this
Those-
military
we do not
robots.
sell them to the public.
So what is our process is my question for decommissioning this military equipment and making sure it doesn't get in the public's hands?
Okay, let me call up my commander on that
Perfect.
because he knows the process.
Yeah.
This is Lieutenant Madrigal.
Thank you.
Honorable council members, normally on the military equipment, we don't sell them back to the public. If there is ever any type of weapons that are being sold to decommission, then we would sell those back to potentially we would sell them back to a law enforcement distributor. And normally those get sold to another law enforcement agency.
So for example, one of these robots, at some point, they're not going to make parts for the robots, right? So you would decommission it.
Right.
What would you do there? I know sometimes with guns that we capture, we melt them down or recycle them in some way. What is the process for a military-grade robot when it's time for decommissioning?
That one's not his area. We haven't decommissioned one in so long, I don't know that we know. But I know that we can chop guns, we do things like that when we destroy them. So there's definitely a process that we use to destroy hardware that we don't want in the public's hands. I just can't remember a time that we've decommissioned. You can see our robots are fairly old, so it's before my time that anything got decommissioned.
Okay. My second question around decommissioning as well is your drones. Based on your report, you have 76 drones on inventory, and that's nearly 100 drones. When you decommission those, what do you do with them? How do you decommission them so that, Tyler Maxwell is not flying a decommissioned city drone, as he's taking photographs at Woodward Park?
Well, I can say every one of our drones is a consumer grade drone or UAV. There's nothing that a normal person can't purchase. That being said, we've hung on to drones for so long now as a backup fleet to our newer, improved. That's why you see so many. They're backup, and sometimes we have to have two, right, for battery life to get one up before the other one comes down.
So you don't have any military-grade drones?
No,
it's all what anybody else would be able to buy in the retail market?
Yes, consumer grade.
Okay, that was my concern.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
welcome.
the answers. I look forward to the memo on the utilization of this
Yes,
equipment.
I'll get that to you right away. Thank you.
Council President, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Is there a second? Oh, well, we have another councilman punched up, but is there a second? Let's go ahead and go to Councilman Esparza, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if the question was answered yet, but in terms of some of the issues that the public commenters brought up with respect to the process, I want to also put the city attorney on the spot. City attorney, what is your opinion on sort of our compliance with respect to the public hearing process?
Sure. So AB 481 has a 30-day noticing requirement, which I believe, according to the city manager and police chief, we've met. I think the notice went out March 5th.
It's a posting requirement, and it was posted on the city's website, I believe, on the 6th of March.
Yes, and so the law also calls for a community meeting where questions may be asked and discussion had. It doesn't really describe a format per se, but we've advised the city manager that this is the community meeting that complies with the law.
Okay, I think maybe we now that I'm glad that's clear, and I think that that kind of, we should make that clear, I think, to the public, and provide an opportunity for those folks to continue kind of providing that input. They did, but it was more around process rather than their actual input to a degree. So I appreciate the clarification there. And then with respect to some of the other stuff I heard about our police department and being quick to lethal, I think from a data perspective and from an anecdotal perspective, I have not found that to be true. I've been out in the field with these folks and seeing these very dangerous situations develop before my eyes, and seeing them handle it in a very professional manner. They're very quick to the non-lethal kind of methods. And I think, again, that's anecdotally as well as within our data, and especially when you look at other police departments and the issues that they're facing. I just think our police force here is particularly well-trained and professionalized. And so I don't think there's really a ton of merit to those claims, despite these one-off incidents that will naturally occur from time to time, unfortunately. So I wanted to put that out there, but also wanted to address the concerns on kind of both ends of some of the stuff we heard from our guests here today at City Hall. Thank you.
No, I really appreciate your comments, Councilman Esparza. Perfect questions to ask. One thing I'm going to say, Chief, is people come here and they have every right to be here and speak their mind. And it's their truth, but it doesn't mean it's actually the truth. So when people make statements about the wellness of our officers, for example, that I take that to heart very personally, because in my time here, we've invested millions of dollars. We have a new wellness center for our public safety personnel here in the city, and it is in Councilmember Vang's district, in the old district Southeast District office. There is constant training. We have one of the best training centers in the region, if not the state. So what I'm going to encourage, though, with the statements that were made today about the incident that may have occurred, and I really appreciate your comments, Councilman Esparza, I would encourage the administration and the department to get them with kindness and get them with the facts, because the media may say, this person was here and they said this, and that's true, they did say that, but what that person said was their opinion, not truth. And our officers are very brave. I can tell you there was an incident in my district in the Fruit and Herndon area about 1.5 years or 2 years ago. It was regarding that person that there was that group that was caught making bombs, and I think they tried bombing a
Yes, I remember.
parole officer's vehicle, and they actually succeeded. Probation vehicle. But they were making those bombs in my district, and there are neighbors that live there, and I don't want our officers who we invest millions of dollars on getting hurt in the process. So there are times when you're dealing with an elevated threat, and there's a legitimate need for that equipment. So I just tell you, from my perspective, and I think from the perspective of Northwest Fresno, we appreciate our officers, we honor your bravery, and we want you to be safe in the field.
Thank you very much. Anything else I can answer?
Council President, I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been seconded. Out of an abundance of, thank you, Chief. Out of an abundance of caution, we're not required to do this. I'm going to give one more opportunity for anyone in the public wishing to comment on this matter. Please come forward, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Council President, I'm punched up. Can I say something?
Oh, I'm
before
so
we start
sorry.
that? That's okay.
Yeah, City Manager, I didn't see that. Thank you.
That's okay. I just wanted to offer one more comment, too, about, the militarization of the police. When we have criminals in our community who have military-grade weapons, there is no way that we are going to send our officers underarmed into our community to keep our public safe, going up against criminals who have stronger weapons than they do. That is not going to happen in this city. We put their lives in jeopardy. We put the public's lives in jeopardy. And I think if you look through the report, you'll see we don't use the heavy type equipment very often, except when there's an incident. When we just had a SWAT call 2 days ago, where we have to go out and it was a very serious situation where we have to lock down an entire neighborhood for the safety of the public and the safety of our officers. And no way are we going to send our officers into a situation where they are outmanned and outgunned. So I want to make sure that that's clear. Once we don't have criminals carrying around weapons like that, then perhaps there will be a day that we won't have to. But until that happens, we're not going to be outgunned in this city.
That is a bold statement, and I applaud you, City Manager. Thank you for making that clear. Okay, now is the time for anyone in the public wishing to comment on item 2O. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, council members. Thank you so much for allowing some public response. So I just wanted to circle back that Fresno PD is an outlier in California. The vast majority of law enforcement agencies that we have reviewed conduct annual community engagement meetings on their use of military equipment as required by state law. The requirement is to hold the well-publicized, conveniently located community engagement meeting before having its use of military equipment considered by City Council. Thereby, this cannot constitute the community engagement meeting because no public questions can be answered in the Brown Act Council meeting. So I just wanted to circle that point back for folks, that the community feedback is meant to inform the policy of militarized use equipment, because I understand that folks are seeing this as like good or bad or criminals. But at the end of the day, these are weapons, right? They're not just equipment, they're not just tools. They're identified as de-escalation tools. And in 2019, Oliver Hernandez, as a Fresno resident, he was a young man who was having a mental health crisis. He allegedly was swinging an axe at his family, and they called the police department. By the time the police department arrived, the family had said they had de-escalated the situation and wanted support from mental health professionals. Fresno PD required the family to evacuate, and Oliver Hernandez, they fired chemical agents into his room. They shot him with a rifle and used rubber bullets. All of that is considered military equipment. All of that are considered weapons that were used on a Fresno resident having a mental health crisis. So I think that it's really important that this item be continued so that community engagement meetings can be had where people are understanding what is this equipment that could potentially be used on people having a mental health crisis, what is the de-escalation tactic, and what is the community's desire for the acquisition and use, as well as having some transparency. Miguel Arias raised some excellent points about the usage policy. Specifically, other people in the community who were not able to speak today have questions about how our data is being stored in our First and Fourth Amendment rights. So if that data on drones is being recorded, there's audio and visual, how is that data being stored? How is that data being used? How long is it being stored for? And those kinds of considerations. So I would encourage folks to have a continuation of this item for a later date to give Fresno PD the opportunity to comply and not be an outlier in California among other police departments. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? No one's coming up, and we don't see anyone here that wishes to speak, so we're going to go back to the council. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes. Oh, we're back to 6-0. And with that, we're going to break for lunch. Council, do you want to come back at 1:30 or 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. Thank you. Back from lunch. It is 2:03 p.m. and I'll call the meeting back to order. We're going to move on with general administration. So we have resolution 3A on the agenda, approve 3 street corridors for 30% preliminary conceptual design as part of the ATP plan update. No worries. You know what? To save time, yeah, I think we can hear you, but to save time, we did have a presentation on this item before. I don't really have any questions unless council members have questions. Maybe we can go straight to that. Otherwise, we'll entertain motions.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve. Okay. City clerk, do we go to public comment for this item? 3A? Okay. So there's a motion, there's a second by Council Member Esparza. And thank you, we're gonna go to public comment, and we may call you back up in case. Okay. Any members of the public wishing to comment on item 3A? It was an item that was continued from the last meeting. Okay, there being none, it's back to the dais, so we'll go for a vote. Any opposition to the passage of item 3A?
No.
Okay, one opposed, item passes 5-1. Thank you. Moving on to City Council, we're going to start with 4B, and this is an item by Council Member Perea. Council Member, you have the floor.
All right, Council President, thank you very much. This item I pulled to allow one of the survivors to express the importance of doing advocacy work and how each of us has a responsibility of making sure that Rudolph Acosta, or infamously known as the Tower District rapist, stays behind bars. So today we rise not in fear, but in fierce and unwavering resolve. We are here to speak on behalf of those who were silenced, who still carry the weight of unspeakable trauma, and who continue to fight each day for the justice that we were promised. Rudolph Martin Acosta, not just a name in a file or a number in a system. He is a predator whose calculated and violent crimes shattered lives, devastated families, and cast a long shadow over an entire community. His crimes were not isolated. They were a pattern, deliberate, ruthless, and horrifyingly repetitive. He stalked the Tower District like a hunter, targeting and harming over 22 women. To even consider releasing him sends a message that time alone can erase the terror that he has inflicted. That healing somehow means forgetting, but we do not forget, and we will not accept the rewriting of a story that was written in pain. So to the survivors, we hear you, we see you, and we stand with you. You should not have to relive the trauma of your past because of the system failing to remember your pain. Justice means standing firm, even when decades have passed. So with this resolution before the City Council today, Fresno unites in one voice to urge the California Board of Parole Hearings, do not turn the page on the suffering of this community. Do not give freedom to a man who once took it from so many. Stand with Fresno, stand with the victims, and deny the parole of Rudolph Martin Acosta. At this time, I would like to invite one of the 22 known victims to come up and speak. Mirna, you are a survivor. At just 16 years old, her life was forever changed. But through incredible strength and resilience, she continues to fight to ensure this person can never harm anyone ever again. At this time, Mirna, I have asked for special permission for you to come up and just say a few words as one of the 22 known survivors. Thank you for your bravery.
Thank you. I just want to say I can't do this alone. And all of you taking a united stand with me and everybody who's here makes a difference. Many times I've been afraid. This is my third round because he was under the youthful offender bill. He's able to serve less than half the sentence that he was given, which was 78 years, which in 2019 was the first round. This is my third round because of that bill. Every year, I may have to continue to face this until that bill is amended. I can't stand by and not do something about it. I can't take the liberty of laying in my bed and pretending this never happened. Of the 22 victims, I found that 2 committed suicide. A few have addictions. A few have chosen to move away. This is my home. I will not allow him to be released as long as I breathe. Because one person is one too many. I am 50 years old now and never thought I'd have to stand here and plead and ask the community and all of you to stand united to keep someone like him, like Rudolph, imprisoned. But I have to thank you, Annalisa, for taking the charge for Esmeralda, for Miguel. Miguel and Esmeralda in 2019 took that stand with me, as difficult as it was. And now I'm here in front of all of you, asking you, please help me keep him where he belongs. Give a voice to the survivors and victims and their loved ones. Do not forget that we live with this pain day in, day out, and it's changed our lives forever. You can make a difference, all of you. So I plead, I ask, I beg you, please, keep him where he is. Give victims and survivors their voice back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirna. Here to support you today is your family, your Envision Realty family, representatives from Senator Caballero's office, as well as Assemblywoman Soria's office. In the coming days, I will be joining forces with Assemblywoman Soria, and we will call on our community to take action by signing a petition and submitting letters to the Board of Parole Hearings. Let's make sure they receive so many letters that Fresno's voice cannot be ignored. So thank you again, Mirna, for your bravery. Because of you taking a strong stance with us, so many lives will be saved. Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Any discussion among the council?
I just want to thank you for taking the time to come in today. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for you to keep coming and asking for common sense over and over and over to keep this this criminal where he belongs. I think our criminal justice system oftentimes focuses on just that, the criminal, and something important gets left out of the conversation, and that is the victims and their rights and their futures. And so having you come forward, even though I know there are more out there, having you come and speak on behalf of all of them and any potential future victims as well, It means a lot. Thank you. God bless you. Appreciate you.
Now, we do have to, it is a resolution, so we have to go out for public comment. At this time, any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Yeah, I'd like to know how to get on that list to send some letters.
Okay, great. Okay, there being none, I want to thank you again for coming here today and speaking up. So we have a motion by Councilmember Perea, a second by Council Vice President Arias. Is there any opposition to this item? There being none, the motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 4A, and that is going to be an item that has been co-sponsored by myself, Councilmember Perea, and Councilmember Maxwell. It is actions pertaining to regulating the possession of commercial scrap metal. And so you may know that on Tuesday, the County of Fresno unanimously passed a policy to give their law enforcement more resources to combat the theft of copper wire and the impact this has in the county on ag, but also in the city of Fresno, because our residents are their residents, on businesses and homes. These are people that regularly go out there and they will steal copper wire from HVAC systems, from irrigation systems. They go out there and they give them to a fence or they sell them. And then unfortunately, they cause a lot of damage. And so one thing that happened when Councilmember Perea first came on this council is we told the public, we hear you loud and clear about these petty crimes, these property crimes, and that we're going to do more. And this council has given more resources to our city attorney's office, and working with Councilmember Maxwell, this is that big step we're taking. I don't know if the co-sponsors want to say anything, but we also have in the audience a very familiar face. We have District 2 Supervisor Gary Bredefeld, and we're going to have you come up and make a few comments in a moment. Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I'll just add, you did a great job summarizing why we're doing this, but when it comes to city-county partnerships, I think it's safe to say that we've turned a new leaf with this. And this ordinance is just yet another example of how we are going to continue working together to address issues, whether it's housing, homelessness, infrastructure, or targeting copper wire theft. So I want to thank the supervisor for being here today and thank the rest of the board of supervisors because they did pass an ordinance a couple days ago to do their part to ensure that collectively, from both the city and county standpoint, we are speaking with one voice because this is a big issue. Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you again, Council President and Board of Vice Chair Gary Bredefeld, for championing this issue on the city side and the county side. A lot of people are familiar with the thefts occurring with private businesses. They might be familiar with some of the copper wire thefts that are happening with our ag industry, which are very serious. But it also happens with public infrastructure too. Streetlights are a big example. Telecommunication systems are another one. While the thieves might be making a couple $100s, it could cost us tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace this critical infrastructure. There's massive delays. It costs the taxpayers a lot of money. It's just something that we're not going to stand for anymore. And I think we need to send a powerful message by uniting with the county and having serious consequences for something that's been going on for way too long. If you guys are familiar, in 2023, we passed a similar piece of legislation that went after catalytic converter thefts. That was something that was also a serious issue. And similar to copper wire, there are laws in the books already at the state level that have consequences for the recyclers, not so much the individuals that are caught with this material. When we passed that legislation, we saw a huge reduction in catalytic converter theft. And I feel very confident that if we pass this piece of legislation, we're going to see a similar effect when it comes to copper wire and aluminum and other precious metals. So looking forward to supporting this. And again, thank you for being here, Supervisor Bredefeld. Appreciate it.
Yeah, before we bring the supervisor up, I really appreciate the comments of the co-sponsors out here today. We did turn a new leaf last year where we said we can work with the county. And now that we have 2 council members on the board, you've seen an even more progress with that. So we check our egos at the door. We are one Fresno, but we're also one county. And it's really important that we be able to address these problems, because these property crimes, these copper wire thefts, they're not victimless crimes. I'll give you one example. I have a letter from Dr. J. Scott Boswell, who has a dermatology practice in my district. And in the Herndon West area this past summer, there were many businesses, from the Spectrum Salon to his office to other businesses, retail businesses and mom and pop stores, that were hit by a group of thieves. And just a couple things to consider. This happened during the summer. So in his case, there were 300 patients a day that were stuck in those portions of the building that didn't have AC, 100 of them being elderly, that had to get to their medical appointments because you can't afford, especially if you're talking about skin cancer, can't afford to wait, because 5 of the 15 HVAC units, their coils were stolen. And so it cost about $80,000 worth of property damage, and they get about $500 a coil. So we're talking about $2,000 to $3,000, and they caused over $80,000 in damage. So there'll be an insurance claim. And we know how hard it is out there for us to make ends meet. So these criminals, these punks, are causing our insurance rates to go up because someone has to pay for it. It's a burden on the system. So I do thank Dr. Boswell for reaching out, and I'll just read the very end of his letter. Copper wire theft is ruining our community, affecting medical care, and increasing the cost of business ownership, and it must stop. And we agree with you. So at this time, we'll have Supervisor Redefeld. We do have an empty seat if you want to come back up.
That would be nice. Thank you so much. It feels very strange to be talking to you this way here. But I do want to thank you for the opportunity. I got involved in this actually when I had a meeting at Westlands Water District, and there were farmers there who brought up about the copper wire theft and something needs to be done, and looked in the fact that something had been done in September of last year, where Supervisor Quintero had brought a work group together, tried to come up with something, and it was felt at that time that you couldn't do anything because the state law would exempt anything we did. And I said, no, that's unacceptable. And so we formed the work group again. When I did that, I heard that the city was also interested, invited Council President Carbasi, the city attorney, and we formed our work group and came up with an ordinance that's similar to the one that you have, which focuses on the individual, not the junk people dealing with the junk dealers or the recyclers, but people who are actually in possession of copper wire that is stripped, and they are in possession and they transport it, and they have no justification for it. So this stays away from the recyclers and the junk dealers, which is covered by state law. So the board voted on this last week. It was a 5-0 vote. And at that meeting, Sheriff Zanoni, the Ag Crime Unit, the Farm Bureau, the Chamber of Commerce, AT&T, and frankly everybody was in support of doing this. And the people at the Ag Crime Unit, Detective Isaac Torres, Sheriff John Zanoni, who obviously oversees the Sheriff's Department, said very clearly, we need this ordinance to get something done, to stop this. And so I want to thank Mayor Dyer. I know he's very supportive of this. I want to thank Council President Kobasi, Tyler Maxwell, Annalisa Perea for co-sponsoring, the city attorney. Your input has been instrumental. And the fact that we were together on Tuesday, all of us, everybody, sends a very clear message that we are very different now. It is a city-county collaboration effort. You talked about the catalytic converters. We're going to be looking at that ordinance because, of course, I supported it, but we need to do that in the county. We did the illegal dog breeding. They don't have that at the county. We're going to be bringing that forward. That's collaborative efforts. Those are the kinds of things we need to be doing. And I certainly don't forget that I'm from the city, and you're the biggest city in the county, and we got to work together to deal with things. I think, Mike, you said it best. The criminals don't pay attention to jurisdictional lines, so we need to work together. And I know the city attorney is going to prosecute the cases. I hope we're going to be doing that as well in the county, because it would be a terrible message that the city's going to prosecute, but the county's not, because then they're going to go to the rural areas. So I just wanted to be here to express my incredible support and gratitude for this council, for the 3 folks I mentioned, for your input, for Mayor Dyer. And this is just one of many things that I think we'll be working together on. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your collaboration. And being in that room, it was amazing to see the resistance, that old system. And you really pushed through that.
Yes, there is resistance sometimes at the county, but we got through it.
Yep.
And I think this is a real stepping stone to great things that we're all going to do together at the county, at the city, and sometimes together.
Well done. Thank you.
Thanks.
Before I go to the council, City Attorney, do you have any comments on this matter?
The only thing that I would add is that there's been some discussion by other agencies about waiting for direction from Attorney General Bonta. I don't think that's necessary. He's been a good law enforcement partner for, at least with my office in the city of Fresno. And so we believe that that relationship will continue.
Put in a good word. Thank you, City Attorney. Any council members wishing to comment on this item? I have Council Vice President punched up.
Thank you, Council President. As you all know, I don't do the workaround conversations. I like to be very direct, so I have some very direct questions on this. There's been a lot of references to city-county partnership and collaboration. The city and the county also have similar ordinances when it comes to encampments and people lying and sleeping on the street. It is my understanding that the county is not prosecuting those cases, that the county has little to no arrest when it comes to the anti-encampment ordinance. So my question is the county intending to actually prosecute these cases, or are we just going to depend on the city of Fresno to prosecute these cases? Because for me, that's a resource conversation around our upcoming budget. Do we have to budget more money for attorneys? Or, so in essence, if we arrest somebody for stealing the copper wire from a street light in front of a school, and we refer that case to a district attorney, based on the publications of the news media, she's indicated that, from what I hear or read in between the lines, that she thinks there's concerns with the ordinance. So do we have any clarity on if the county of Fresno district attorney actually intends to prosecute these cases? And if not, then do we need to prepare to hire more attorneys to do it ourselves? It's my question to the sponsors and to the county.
Yep. You want to go to Councilman Maxwell?
Yeah, city attorney might be able to weigh in a little bit more on this. It sounds like he feels pretty confident in his relationship with the attorney general that we'll be able to move forward in a direction that allows us to prosecute against this kind of crime. I think it's also important to remember that this legislation will also allow us to seize the stolen property as well as issue fines on top of sentencing as well. But maybe the city attorney wants to weigh in.
City Attorney, do we have confirmation from District Attorney Smith-Kemp that she intends to prosecute these cases?
You know, I think that it's fair to say, and you're right, you referenced some media articles, and I think there were some clarifications in there. The concern was not whether she would prosecute, it was whether or not the Attorney General would perhaps take some action saying that you can't prosecute. But is it correct that if that action isn't taken, you're confident it's not taken, then there's every expectation that she would actually prosecute these crimes?
In all honesty, I haven't talked to her about this this issue, so I wouldn't be able to. I just read what you guys read in the papers.
So can we have then some formal response from a district attorney on whether she intends to prosecute these cases prior to us adopting a budget? Because if she does not intend to prosecute these cases, then we need to resource our city attorney's office.
Well, obviously, I can't speak for her office. I can only speak for mine. I will tell you, though, that Sheriff John Zanoni was very clear that he feels this ordinance will make a difference. The ag crime unit's officers, Isaac Torres, Sergeant Torres, said, I need this. He was in the work group. So all I can tell you is, and you alluded to them being able to seize this property, which they intend to do. This is a three-pronged course. It's in terms of enforcement. It's criminal, it's administrative, and it's civil. And so my expectation is that the county will be doing this. If the district attorney doesn't, or it's a resource issue, I would hope that we can deputize somebody in the county council to do that. I know you're at the city going to prosecute these cases, and it would be my hope that we move forward and prosecute them until we're told by the Attorney General that somehow we can't prosecute these cases. But I don't know why the Attorney General will tell us this. As I've said, we could sit on our hands, as occurred in September, and here we are in April, 8 months later, and there's just been more victims. So I'm not interested in that. We need to be acting. We need to take action to deal with this problem. The farmers are demanding it. Our constituents are demanding it. Our business people are demanding it. That's why they were all there at the press conference on Tuesday. So from my perspective, I can't speak for the district attorney, but it's my expectation the county is going to be following through on this ordinance until otherwise by the Attorney General. Rather than waiting for the Attorney General, I think we ought to be moving forward until we're told otherwise.
Okay, so if I may, just from my own understanding, this ordinance would allow us, the city and the county ordinance would allow us to, one, seize the material if we catch somebody walking around with, copper wire from a light pole. Secondly, conduct the arrest, which law enforcement clearly is going to do. But third, and most critical, is will people be prosecuted? The city is clearly indicating from our city attorney that he does intend to prosecute. And the question is yet to be answered whether the county district attorney intends to prosecute, correct? So what I would like then, I'm fully supportive of this because I've had several school sites that have been completely vandalized from their copper. We have a lot of people running around with, battery-powered tools that are just cutting through stuff. I have numerous historical light poles in downtown that have no power because somebody cut through the poles and stole all the wire, creating millions of dollars of cost for the city. But I want to be clear that there will be some level of conclusion and a response from our county district attorney on whether or not she intends to prosecute these cases prior to us adopting a budget in June, because if she does not intend to prosecute the case or utilize her discretion in doing so, then this body then has to seek to allocate money to do it ourselves. So I just want to be thoughtful of that. And if we can't, I'm not suggesting we prosecute incidents at county. I just want to be crystal clear that when somebody steals copper across the street in the county island on the other side of Clinton, and folks are not being prosecuted, it's not on us. It's going to be on the county district attorney. So those are my only concerns about this item. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And you brought up a good point. City Attorney, do we feel with our current budget numbers right now, there's enough resources for you to start prosecuting these crimes? Just for the remainder of the year?
We're good until the end of the year. I believe, and Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, in our conversations with the sheriffs, they didn't know exactly how many cases they generated last year. I think they might have said around 20 that were sent over to the DA's office, and we don't know what happened to those cases. But so I think with the current, if it remains around 20, I think we'll be fine. And if it gets beyond that, we can have another conversation about resources.
And part of it, maybe like catalytic converter theft. So when we start enforcing the law and seizing the material, that may it may go from 20 to hopefully none, because the word's out there that Fresno doesn't play around when it comes to this kind of crime. Any other council members wishing to comment? Yes, please.
I just want to reiterate that we worked with county council and we drafted this purposefully to avoid any preemption issues. And so that's something that's very important here. We don't think that we are in an area of state law that they've occupied. So I think we're good there.
Okay. Yes.
And let me just add also, our county council said they felt it was defensible, the ordinance that we enacted as well. So, we're all on board. The board was 5-0, and so we need to be moving forward rather than, I think, wringing our hands and worrying about what the AG is going to do.
Right. And I'm sure Fresno PD appreciates the ability to actually have more laws to address this. Okay. Thank you very much. I have no other council members punched up, but we do have to go to the public for comment. So is there any members of the public wishing to comment on item 4A? Please feel free to come forward. And we're not having anyone come up. Going once, going twice. Okay, that's the end of public comment. Now we're going to move to a vote. Councilmember Maxwell, would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Perea? Second. It's been motioned and seconded. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Council President, just a reminder that it has to come back for one more.
Yep.
Okay.
Will do. Thank you. You're going to come back and join us for the next one? You're always welcome. Thank you, Supervisor. Okay. Now we're going to move on to closed session, and we will have unscheduled communication at the end of closed session. City Attorney, if you would please read off the agenda.
Yes, Council President. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Gary Goodman versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Joshua Spangman versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case.
Great, we will be back. Thank you very much. portion of our meeting. We're resuming the last portion of our meeting, unscheduled communication. Was there anything to report out of closed session? Oh, sorry, Todd. I should have waited. I got my quorum. I'm like, let's go. Okay. We're waiting for the city attorney. Andrew? No, Andrew. We're waiting for Andrew. We're going to start docking his pay. Let him know. No, I'm sorry. Let's go on to unscheduled. Thank you, council member. You're correct. We're going to go on to unscheduled communication. I have some cards here. The first is from Diana Vieira and Brianna Lee. There's 2 names on this card. It's fine. We're fine. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Diana Vieira. Fortunately, my partner couldn't join me. She had to go to clinic. But I'm a senior from Washington Union High School, District 6. And today I've come to address the concern of the criminalization of homelessness in Fresno. As a young adult who's grown up in Fresno all my life, I've seen firsthand the persistent issue of homelessness within my community. Everywhere in the county and city, you see it. Crowded alleys filled with makeshift shelters and tents have become all too common. Even a simple walk in the neighborhood or park, you see several people and families sleeping on the benches or sitting on the sides of roads with their signs pleading for help. You'd think our city would do something to help these people? Wrong. Instead, you've resorted to criminalizing these individuals and sending them to jail for simply surviving. Over 160 individuals or more have received fines or even sent to jail, including our dear friend Wiki Two Hands, who is also about to be sentenced up to a year in jail but fortunately, he was able to win his case in court. It is unfair, and as the future of Fresno, we want change, we want action, and something else for our generation. We want Fresno to create real solutions and programs that will help these people get back into society and on their feet, not send them to jail. We want a community that cares about everyone. That's why we created our community awareness campaign, Beyond the Streets, which we initiated last fall. Some of the big projects we organized was getting a $3,000 grant from Calviva Health, in which we were able to make survival backpacks to distribute among homeless individuals upon discharge from emergency rooms. We also went to the Capitol in Sacramento to lobby for permanent housing solutions, bringing the issue of homelessness in Fresno to a state level, conversing with legislators and senators, informing them about important bills we want to create a reality, such as the California Housing Justice Act. Our community project even won first place at a state level for the organization Health Occupation Students of America. Now, we will be advancing to internationals held in Nashville, Tennessee, and informing others about homelessness in Fresno on a global level. Even with our efforts, we recognize that there is so much more our city itself can do. It's wild to think that teenagers, such as myself, are doing more for homeless individuals in our city than the city of Fresno itself, even though it should be the other way around. Thank you for listening. That is all.
Thank you. That was the only card I have, but if anybody else wants to speak, I know, Des, you're coming up. You'll have 3 minutes. Please come forward.
Here. Yeah. Make sure this is enough for you. Yeah.
Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Wiki Two Hands, and I'm the first person to have to go through a court procedure for being a victim of homelessness. But I am content in the situation. The city of Fresno is a great city, and it's a beautiful city, and I do believe, and it has made a tremendous improvement since I've been here. I've been here 35 years. When I first came in 1990, it was mostly, it was more of an object than it was a city at the time. But they've made a considerable improvement in 35 years. It has become more of a metropolitan city. But I didn't realize the responsibility of those that run it. And I took for granted a lot of things that today I don't take for granted anymore. It is a very difficult task to run a city, especially in today's civilizations. And there's so many modernization and progressive additions to land, where land once was barren and natives ran across it. Now we have cars, planes in the sky, helicopters, all kind of, a whole total different situation amongst our living. We've improved our way of travel, but amongst ourselves is where our difficulty lies. And today I saw one of the biggest improvements in in my 77 years of living on this earth, today was one of the most today, 2025, this month, April 10th, this day was the largest contribution to my entire lifespan. It made the 77 years a pleasure to be here. And the people that I became acquainted with and the individuals that I know now, and now my stay in Fresno is a lot more, I never really felt comfortable here, but now I do. And I think that this day was met, and if I would like to thank the people of Fresno and the city council, and my prayers have been answered, because I think this is where my last stand will be, is in the city of Fresno. And I'd like for it to be a pleasant one rather than an uncomfortable one, or in a situation that requires some recognition. In our masses of people, the more people, the more difficult it becomes, and the more the task becomes to try to live in peace. And
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your time coming here to speak. Yep. Yeah, that was 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Let me know when you're ready before the clock
Ready whenever
starts.
you are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I wanted to come and address the city council because the city has hired a process server to serve me, and she's a probation officer with the Fresno County. You guys need to start vetting your process servers. This process server showed up at my house, flashed her badge, tried to intimidate me to come to my door to accept her paper. And then she turned around and tried to taunt me when I was at my door. All this is on the Ring camera. It's already been put out there. But this is a probation officer, and I want to know why the city of Fresno is hiring probation officers to come to my house and torment me or try to make me scared of the police, flashing her badge. That video is up online. You guys can watch that too. So I'm holding the city of Fresno accountable for hiring ghetto people to come to my house and sit there and flash their badge and try to use it as intimidation. You guys need to vet your people. You really do. This is really, really sad to know that a group of you guys literally think this is okay to send a woman with a badge to my home to try and intimidate me, okay, and then tossing the paper through the door and then turning around laughing and coming back to film inside my house. That's all on video too. So you guys are wasting money. I don't know if it was a good $150 laugh for you guys, but I'm going to hold you guys accountable for the stress and pressure that you guys have put me under. I have PTSD. I've been telling you guys that for years. But yet you hire these hoodlums, these people that come in with their badges and try to intimidate us to open up our doors so we take service. I was on the phone in a meeting with UCSF surgeons at that time. My phone was about to die, so I couldn't leave the spot I was in my home. Okay, so for you guys to hire somebody, send them to my house to intimidate me, it's not gonna work. I'm not afraid of the police. I am insulted by my own city for sending her to my house. And then she brought a dog. Like, she was on the job. She works for Fresno County Probation. She is an officer. She was on the job, and you guys hired her. She moonlighting during the day. Today she was in the courthouse this morning trying to get the attorneys against me. but she failed to realize they were there for me. So this is sad. This is how I found out she's a probation officer. I didn't know you guys hire probation officers to go serve people. But I think it's not cool. Like, come on, do you guys know this? Do you guys know you're hiring? Do you not vet the people that you guys send to people's houses? And if that's your guys' intimidation tactic to get me to stop, it's not. I just get more riled up. And the more things that I got to come at you guys for. I'm getting sick and tired of coming. 10 years and I'm still sitting here today.
Thank you, Des. Any other members of the public wishing to come forward for unscheduled communication? Nobody is coming up, so we're going to end that portion of the meeting. That concludes today's council meeting. Again, congratulations, Councilmember Vang. Welcome aboard, and we adjourn this meeting at 3:30.